Warrior Lore. Chapter 560. So that's how it is. When he saw Zhang Yin impatiently executing an attack at Chen Xiaoshui and Chen Xiaoshui smoothly blocking it, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he came to a sudden understanding. In terms of attack, Chen Xiaoshui was slightly superior to Zhang Yin. In terms of speed, Chen Xiaoshui was inferior to Zhang Yin. So, Chen Xiaoshui chose to defend and not attack. Because he knew that if he attacked blindly, it would give Zhang Yin an opportunity to take advantage of. So Sword Young Master has such thoughts. In this way, Sword Young Master will surely be in an invincible position. In next to no time, many people guessed Chen Xiaoshui's intentions. Zhang Yin reacted to it, and his face went grim as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui and shouted out angrily. Sword Young Master, could it be that you don't even have the courage to attack me? Obviously, Zhang Yin wanted to use reverse psychology. However, Chen Xiaoshui paid no attention to him and had a calm expression. Zhang Yin's expression was exceedingly gloomy. After waiting for a while and noticing it was impossible for Chen Xiaoshui to take the initiative to launch an attack, Zhang Yin launched an attack once more. If this continued, it could only be a tie, and he would be eliminated. Only now did he realize. Sword Young Master had calculated all this since long ago. Swish, 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 swish. Numerous material origin energy finger forces tore through the sky as they shot out. They swept towards Chen Xiaoshui. Every single time, the sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand was able to shatter Zhang Yin's origin energy point forces in time. Chen Xiaoshui's movement technique was only slow. The speed of the sword in his hand wasn't slow in the slightest. Sword force was unable to increase the speed of his figure, but the speed of the sword could be increased. In the end, the battle between Chen Xiaoshui and Zhang Yin ended in a tie. According to Chen Xiaoshui's conditions earlier, Zhang Yin narrowly missed out on the 5 positions. The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom glanced indifferently at Zhang Yin and grunted in a low voice. Zhang Yin's body trembled when he heard this. He knew. He'd disappointed his imperial father. The 5 of you gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now and depart to the Darkstone Empire. The gaze of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor passed by Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's group of 5s nodded and agreed. Subsequently, the gaze of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor descended onto Luo Rong. Guildmaster Luo, I'll be taking my leave first. Take care, Your Majesty. Luo Rong nodded. After the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom left, the curtains to the genius competition fell. Zhang Yin dragged his lonely back and walked step by step into the depths of the palace. There was a palace that belonged to him. For the first time, he didn't pester the flute fairy or Ziyin. The others dispersed. When Duan Lingtian left, he could feel the burning gazes of the 2 people behind him on his back. These 2 gazes were filled with killing intent. The owners of those gazes were Prince Shang and his son. Royal Father, are we just going to let this Duan Lingtian head to the Darkstone Empire? Zhang Heng's face was filled with unwillingness. Don't worry. He won't be able to reach the Darkstone Empire. Prince Shang's eyes were filled with extreme killing intent. It's impossible for someone who humiliated my Prince Shang's residence to live. Father, do you have a plan? Hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, and the haze on his face was swept away. Prince Shang nodded. And now, outside the palace, in the spacious carriage that left, there were 5 people sitting in it. There were only 3 people in the carriage: Duan Lingtian, Luo Rong, and Luo Zhan. Yet at this moment, there were 2 more people. Chen Xiaoshui, Su Li. Warrior Lore. Su Li, exactly what fortuitous encounter did you obtain in these past few years? You actually possess such a shocking cultivation. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and asked via voice transmission. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, not long after I left Paladin Academy that day, I brought my parents along and left our original residence. After that, I entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom by myself to wander about, and I just happened to encounter my current master. As he finished speaking, Su Li's eyes were filled with respect. Evidently, he respected his master very much. Master? Duan Lingtian was stunned. There's someone in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that's capable of fostering a genius in the martial Tao like Su. Yes. Su nodded. Your master is a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian frowned and asked. This time, the voice transmission was mixed with a bit of gloominess. The reason Duan Lingtian guessed like this was because of Duan Lingtian. It was also because Su had addressed Long Yun as junior brother long earlier. Whereas Long Yun was a member of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and a member of the current Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Su Li's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian. My master isn't related to the Azure Forest Trisect in the slightest. Besides that, Long Yun's master isn't a member of the Azure Forest Trisect as well. Not a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to face Su Li, this good friend of his. Do you know the origins of that master of yours? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Su Li shook his head. I don't know. Master has always been extremely mysterious, but according to what he said, he ought to have come from a distant place. Right, he has a senior brother that's lifelong sworn enemy of his, and that senior brother is the master of Long Yun. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He remembered. Today, Long Yun and Su Li had arrived at the Imperial Palace one after the other. Long Yun seemed to have mentioned something about martial Uncle Sword, whereas Su Li seemed to have mentioned something about martial Uncle Saber. Su Li didn't know anything about the origins of his master and Long Yun's master. It was even to the extent that he didn't even know how formidable his master's strength was. I only know that master seemed to have wandered here, whereas that martial Uncle Saber instead followed master all the way here. Su Li continued, They're sworn enemies? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, How do you know? Su Li couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Duan Lingtian smiled as a matter of course. From the beginning until the end, you and Long Yun had quite a bit of enmity towards each other. Besides that, since that martial Uncle Saber of yours pestered your master to come to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I presume it's not very likely that he's a senior brother with a good relationship. Their relationship is indeed not very good. That martial Uncle Saber has always refused to admit defeat before my master. It's even to the extent that he would look for my master to battle every once in a while. When he spoke up to hear, the corners of Su Li's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. But unfortunately, that martial Uncle Saber lost every single time. Subsequently, Su Li said, As for Long Yun, he's a disciple that martial Uncle Saber took later on. Martial Uncle Saber knows that it's extremely difficult for him to defeat my master in this lifetime. So he had the intention of fostering a disciple that can surpass me. Martial Uncle Saber is extremely eager to be strong, and he must surpass my master in some aspect before he'll stop. Su Li finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. He thought in his heart, Looks like Su Li's master isn't simple. He's able to make Su Li undergo such a great change in a short few years. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, even an expert that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty might not be able to accomplish this. In other words, it was extremely likely that Su Li's master was from the foreign lands, whereas Long Yun's master was extremely likely to be from the foreign lands as well. Duan Lingtian, I haven't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for a period of time as well. Are Xiaoyu, Xiao Sun, and Tianhu doing well? Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. This time, he didn't condense his voice using origin energy. His voice entered into the ears of everyone within the carriage. They're fine. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. I returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 years ago and met them. That's good. Su Li nodded, and his gaze was slightly distant. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 years have passed. I presume their changes aren't small. Time really passes quickly. Yeah, time waits for no man. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. All of you are so young, yet you're sighing about how time waits for no man. How should an old man like me feel? Luo Rong shook his head and laughed bitterly when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, tell us about your past? Chun Xiao Shuai's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. He'd always been someone that was familiar with others. Through Duan Lingtian's introduction, he could be considered to have gotten acquainted with Su Li and made friends with Su Li. Duan Lingtian smiled and casually spoke of some matters of the past. Most of it was related to Su Li leaving that day. In other words, Su Li's strength was far inferior to you when he left that day? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Li, how did you survive these past few years? How could he have such a terrifying cultivation and comprehension of the advanced sword force? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Su Li with a dumbstruck expression. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian and Su Li's strengths in the past ought to be similar. Who would have imagined that? At that time, Su Li's strength was actually far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Although Luo Rong didn't speak, his pair of muddy eyes still imperceptibly flashed with a bright light. Su Li's improvement caused him to feel that it was slightly inconceivable. I was just lucky. Su Li smiled lightly and didn't intend to speak of it in detail. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were sensible people and didn't ask any further. Luck is a part of strength as well. Right at this moment, Luo Rong interjected. Su Li, if you don't find a place to stay these few days, then stay at the Weapons Craftsmen Association's headquarters as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and suggested. Su Li looked at Luo Rong when he heard this. I have no problem. I just don't know if I'll be disturbing guild leader Luo. You won't be disturbing. Luo Rong hurriedly shook his head. He didn't dare slight someone that Duan Lingtian invited. Just like this, Su Li temporarily stayed on the 5th floor of the Alchemist Association's headquarters. The 5th floor that originally only had Luo Rong staying on was bustling with noise and excitement for a time. The next day, Duan Lingtian stayed in his room and cultivated in meditation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WYRM transformation. Duan Lingtian's mind was immersed in cultivation and was isolated from the world. Master. Only when a voice transmission sounded out from outside his room and entered Duan Lingtian's ears did he recover from his shock. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the Weapons Craftsmen Association's guild leader, Luo Rong. Master, there's news of the thing you're looking for. Luo Rong's voice transmission sounded out once more. What? Luo Rong's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian, who just awoken from cultivation, and was still slightly dazed to shudder and instantly sober up. Is it the Phoenix Wing Herb or the Ageless Root? Duan Lingtian revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and asked with slight excitement. He was able to guess. Chapter 561. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened the door and looked excitedly at the old man outside the door. It seems to be the Phoenix Wing Herb, Luo Rong said. Phoenix Wing Herb? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he asked with an anxious tone, Where's the Phoenix Wing Herb now? Luo Rong continued. It was the Imperial City's Sima clan's second elder that personally came to tell me. He said he saw the Phoenix Wing Herb at Blackwind Ridge. Presently, he's already rushed to Blackwind Ridge, and there'll be news tomorrow at the latest. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Luo Rong. Master, besides telling you about this matter, I came to find you to ask for your guidance. As Luo Rong spoke up to hear, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. What? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Sima clan's second elder is skilled in using whips. I've never refined a whip before, so I don't know how to start. Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's only a small matter. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Luo Rong quickly completed the first whip-type spirit weapon he'd refined in his lifetime. It was capable of amplifying strength by 49%. Duan Lingtian was rather excited when he found out there was news of the Phoenix Wing Herb, and he didn't continue cultivating. Together with Su Li, he walked around the Imperial City. Another day passed. Duan Lingtian obtained the Phoenix Wing Herb as he wished. The Phoenix Wing Herb was completely jade green, and the horns around it were extremely similar to the wings of the divine beast, Phoenix. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian could confirm that this was the Phoenix Wing Herb, a genuine Phoenix Wing Herb. I've obtained the Phoenix Wing Herb, and only the Ageless Root remains. As for the other medicinal materials, they can be easily gathered. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill would be a turning point for him. Once I consume the rebirth pill, my cultivation might be able to surpass Su Li in one go. Duan Lingtian was very confident in the efficacy of the nirvana pill. It should be noted that even Emperor Wu of the samsara cycle had broken through 3 levels after fully absorbing the medicinal power of the rebirth pill when he had stepped into the Emperor Wu realm. Of course, digesting the medicinal power of the nirvana pill required a process. Back then, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had spent several years to completely absorb the medicinal power of the nirvana pill. With my current cultivation, if I want to completely digest the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years, or even longer, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, no matter what, the rebirth pill was a pleasant surprise. It was enough to help him soar into the sky. Ageless root. Ageless root. Once I arrive at the Darkstone Empire, I'll surely think of a way to find the ageless root. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly firm. After he obtained the phoenix wing herb, Duan Lingtian cultivated even more diligently. Another day passed. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, and Su Li left the headquarters of the Weapons Craftsman Guild together. As for the sword young master, Chen Xiao Shuai, he'd been staying in the Spring Night Pavilion these past few days. According to him, he was about to leave soon and had to properly enjoy himself for a few days. The 3 of them sat in a carriage and rushed to the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were just about to enter the Imperial Palace when they heard a familiar voice sound out from behind them. Duan Lingtian was the first to turn around to look. The person that had arrived was precisely the sword young master, Chen Xiao Shuai. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your body? Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, my body is extremely good. Chen Xiao Shuai spoke complacently. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Chen Xiao Shuai, and the 4 of them walked into the Imperial Palace together. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 gathered together with the saber young master, Long Yun, under the lead of the Imperial Palace guards. When Long Yun faced Duan Lingtian's group of 4, he revealed intense hostility towards Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian and Su Li could both be said to be lifelong enemies of his. Duan Lingtian had defeated him twice and caused him to feel extreme humiliation. Su Li was the person his master wanted him to defeat and was the motivation for him to ceaselessly advance. In this lifetime, he was bound to surpass the 2 of them as his goal and work hard to advance. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, there'll come a day when I trample all of you beneath my feet. Long Yun silently swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Long Yun's hostility, yet he didn't mind. He didn't take Long Yun seriously at all. In the past now, he didn't. As for Su Li, he glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Yun before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes to rest. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures appeared one after another before Duan Lingtian's group of 5. An old man and a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the old man. The old man was precisely the former vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. As for the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him. Vice Dean Qi, Prince Shang. But Duan Lingtian paying no attention to him didn't mean that the others paid no attention to him. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was precisely Prince Shang. Prince Shang's face sank slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian paying no attention to him, and his eyes emitted icy coldness. After a short moment, the coldness dispersed, and Prince Shang's expression recovered its calm. This Prince Shang isn't simple. Duan Lingtian noticed the change in Prince Shang's expression, and his heart jerked as he couldn't help but arouse vigilance. Very good, everyone is present. After Qi Ming nodded to Duan Lingtian, he glanced indifferently at the others. This trip to the Darkstone Empire will be led by me and Prince Shang. Let's go. As soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, he soared up into the sky. Prince Shang followed suit and soared up into the sky to walk side by side with Qi Ming. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 followed up. 7 figures transformed into 7 flowing lights in the blink of an eye that left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace, all the way north. That place was precisely the direction of the Darkstone Empire. At this moment, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect ought to have already left, right? Prince Shang's gaze squinted as he thought to himself. This time, he'd asked the Emperor for permission to head to the Darkstone Empire with Qi Ming's group of 6, whereas the reason he'd accepted this strenuous and thankless task was naturally not so simple. All this he'd done was for the sake of taking Duan Lingtian's life. If Duan Lingtian didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He'd already reached an agreement with the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he would join forces with the experts sent over by the Azure Forest Trisect to annihilate Duan Lingtian. Time silently flowed by. Half a month later, when he saw the border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Darkstone Empire was right before his eyes, Prince Shang's face sank. Why haven't the members of the Azure Forest Trisect arrived? Presently, the agreed time between him and the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had passed long ago. But the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect still hadn't come. Prince Shang realized he might have been stood up by the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Darkstone Empire. As he looked at the area ahead that belonged to the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed slight recollection. He'd once been to the Darkstone Empire that day. He'd even stayed in the Darkstone Empire for a period of time. Branch sect of the Azure Forest Trisect. The original demonic Lotus Blade sect. Today, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge was in chaos, and blood flowed into rivers. That demon beast has come again. Suddenly, an Azure Forest Trisect disciple raised his head to look up into the sky and shouted out in terror. Right at this moment, the black dot in the sky grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a rock. The rock's body was enormous, and when it spread out its wings, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. Its eyes emitted a terrifying sheen that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Swoosh! The rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended into the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Everywhere it passed, shrill cries rose and fell. Blood sprayed into the sky and sprayed onto the ground. Flee! Flee! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! No! Waves of heart-wrenching shrill cries sounded out ceaselessly. For a time, the entire demonic Lotus Blade Gorge seemed to have transformed into purgatory on earth. The rock swooped down, and its sharp claws were tainted with fresh blood. However, its pair of eyes revealed a frightening cold light, causing people to tremble in fear. Animal, don't flee. Abruptly, a grim shout sounded out from high above in the sky. Numerous figures tore through the sky and chased after the rock that was slaughtering in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. As they looked at the corpses that covered the ground within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, their expressions were extremely unsightly. The rock slightly turned its head when it saw them arrive, and it glanced at them with contempt. Subsequently, swoosh, the rock charged into the sky and flapped its wings before vanishing in the horizon in the blink of an eye. It caused the people behind it to be unable to catch up. Damn it! This rock is even more terrifying than the 7-star sword sect's Chen Xian. The Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, looked at the direction the rock left with an extremely unsightly expression. He didn't chase after it, because he knew that he was unable to catch up. The rock was the sect-guarding demon beast of the former 7-star sword sect, and in terms of speed, there were few people that were able to compare to it. This rock relies on 6th-level wind concept, and coupled with the rock clan being adept in speed. If a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist wants to catch up to it, then the martial artist has to comprehend 7th-level wind concept or 8th-level concept of nature. The eyes of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader were filled with icy coldness. No one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to catch up to this rock in speed. If this continues, then the disciples of our Azure Forest Trisect will sooner or later be completely slaughtered by it. The sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shui Rue, had an extremely gloomy expression. The only thing we can do now is to protect the disciples of the sect properly. We can't chase after it. Otherwise, once it turns around, the blood of our azure forest trisect disciples will flow into rivers. Cold lights flickered within Lu Yuan's eyes. Although he felt aggrieved in his heart, he had no other choice. If our azure forest trisect is able to produce a 7th-level void initiation stage expert, then why would we be afraid of this rock? When we annihilated the 7-star sword sect that day, we ought to have killed this rock at the first possible moment. In that way, we wouldn't be in such a passive position as we are now. The expressions of the other guardian elders of the azure forest trisect were extremely unsightly as well. I've remembered. Suddenly, a wave of shocked shouts sounded out within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Chapter 562. What this Azure Forest Trisect disciple said caused the expressions of the other Azure Forest Trisect disciples to go grim. The 7-star sword sect's sect guardian demon beast? Are you sure? Many Azure Forest Trisect disciples looked at the person that shouted out in shock. Of course. At that time, I was present when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by our Azure Forest Trisect. It's absolutely not wrong. The latter hurriedly nodded, and his eyes revealed slight terror. I still remember that Duan Lingtian was rescued by it that day. Its speed is something that practically no one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to compare to. Earlier, the 3 sect leaders and several guardian elders chased after it, but they couldn't even touch a single one of its wings. Not only that, it even killed so many of our senior brothers. The bodies of some Azure Forest Trisect disciples lightly trembled. I want to leave the sect. I don't want to be an Azure Forest Trisect disciple anymore. I want to leave the sect too. Instantly, the crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples within the gorge seethed with excitement, and all of them wanted to leave the Azure Forest Trisect. In their opinion, so long as they cut off their relationship with the Azure Forest Trisect, they wouldn't have to worry about that grand rock coming to their door and slaughtering them. No one in the Azure Forest Trisect could compare to the speed of that grand rock. In other words, if the rock wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as entering an unstoppable state. The commotion from the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge caused the expressions of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect to go grim. They didn't expect this. The demon rock from the 7-star sword sect had actually caused such great terror to arise in their Azure Forest Trisect. Soon after, the 3 of them descended from the sky, calming the people's hearts. One could imagine. If they didn't do anything, then it wouldn't be long before only they and the group of elders remained in the Azure Forest Trisect. Even though the strengths of these Azure Forest Trisect disciples were ordinary, they were the foundation and hope of the Azure Forest Trisect. The future of the Azure Forest Trisect still depended on these disciples. If these disciples were to leave, then the Azure Forest Trisect would surely cease to exist 100 years later. Because of the sudden attack of the Grand Rock, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had completely thrown the agreement between them and Prince Shang to the back of their minds. Now, their house was on fire, and they were busy putting out the fire. He was in no mood to care about anything else. Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian's group flew past the skies of Phoenix Nest City. It wasn't long before they arrived near the inscription formation that enveloped the Soul Cleanse pool in the past. Zhao Ming. When Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 old men trapped in the inscription formation, his face couldn't help but darken, and his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. As long as he had enough strength, he would definitely enter the inscription pattern formation again and torture Zhao Ming to death. In the past, he did not know what Zhao Ming had done when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Therefore, he did not hate Zhao Ming that much. However, now that he knew that Zhao Ming was the main culprit behind the deaths of Elder Xian and the sect leader Linghu Jinhong, he knew that Zhao Ming was the culprit behind the deaths of Elder Xian and sect leader Linghu Jinhong. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. That member of the Azure Forest Trisect actually dared deceive me. Prince Shang, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, had an ashen face. He finally realized it would probably be impossible for the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to come. The strengths of the 5 young men in Duan Lingtian's group were ordinary, but Qiming and Prince Shang were both existences at the void initiation stage. Especially Qiming, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, and he even possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. So, this entire journey was extremely calm. To void initiation stage martial artists, the journey from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Darkstone Empire wasn't considered to be far. However, Qiming and Prince Shang had to take care of these young men instead. So, their group only arrived nearby the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City after 3 months. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial City is ahead. Qiming took the lead to descend from the sky, and he looked down from afar at a tiny black dot ahead. Along with Duan Lingtian's group moving forward, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a vast city. This city was simple and ancient, and it emitted an extraordinary aura. It was like a demon beast that lay dormant there, and it ceaselessly swallowed carriages and carriages. Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. Duan Lingtian looked at the city before him as flowing lights flickered within his eyes. He knew this was the place he was going to stay at next. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would begin 9 months from now. At that time, the people that were outstanding in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would be able to obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkhan Dynasty, and even the various empires to compete with each other. In the Darkhan Dynasty, the participants to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be decided and directly participate in it. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by a formidable power in the foreign lands. The people that were outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would presumably obtain the favor of that formidable power. That power is my current target. I'll use it as a stepping stone to enter the foreign lands and wait for an opportunity to take the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu during his second lifetime. Duan Lingtian made plans for his future in his heart. Before this, I must stand out in the Darkhan Dynasty and seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how much I think. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about. Descend. Along with Qiming taking the lead to descend from the sky, Duan Lingtian and the others followed. They strode into the Imperial City together. After entering the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian and the others had a meal. Qiming went to buy a spacious courtyard house. There's still 9 months of time before the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. All of you stay in the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City during this period of time and cultivate properly and strive to break through. Qiming said to Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian, perhaps I'll be a step ahead of you and break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Chun Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Then let's wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to the room Qiming allocated to him. Duan Lingtian's room was situated at the center of 2 rooms. One of the rooms was Su Li's. The other room was Qiming's. Vice Dean Qi is really considerate. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his face contained slight emotion mixed within. He was able to discern that Qiming's allocation was done intentionally. Presumably, Qiming had long since noticed Prince Shang's enmity towards him. Squeak, squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder awoke, and her jade-green eyes opened wide as she sized up the room before her. Big brother Lingtian, where are we? You little fellow. We've already arrived at the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. Duan Lingtian smiled. Big brother Lingtian, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. The little gold mouse looked pitifully at Duan Lingtian. I didn't see you awake when we were eating earlier. You're hungry now, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked out of the room before notifying Qiming before leaving the courtyard house. He found a nearby restaurant and ordered a table of fried meat for the little gold mouse. Whereas within the courtyard house, a figure was just intending to leave. Prince Shang. The aged figure followed closely behind like a shadow. Revered elder Qi, Prince Shang frowned slightly when he saw the old man, and his expression was unsightly. He knew that the old man had discerned his intentions. He was bound to be unable to follow Duan Lingtian and execute Duan Lingtian in secret. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about all this. After feeding the little gold mouse, he brought the little gold mouse to walk around the nearby area before returning to the courtyard house. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WYRM transformation. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and silently cultivated. 1 month later. Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly interested in the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House? On the way, Suli asked Duan Lingtian, who was by his side. Suli, don't you think it's too boring for us to always stay in the courtyard house and cultivate? Supposedly, the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House is only held once a year, and there are many precious items every single time. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, perhaps you'll be able to obtain the thing you need from it. Suli nodded, and there was slight anticipation in his eyes. On the other side, Luozhan and Chen Xiaoshui were similarly slightly expectant. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House was dazzling, and it caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to be unable to refrain from being shocked when they walked in. A single room actually costs 100,000 gold. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial family is simply robbing. Within the room, Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but shake his head. Luozhan said with a smile, you're probably feeling heartache. If this money is used for you to go to the Spring Night Pavilion, it can be used for an extremely long period of time, right? Chen Xiaoshui was seen through, and he was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian sat at the side and silently tasted the fragrant tea on the table, and his gaze passed through the window to look at the auction hall. Presently, there were more and more people in the auction hall. Not long after, the auction began. At the beginning, the things auctioned in the auction were practically all spirit weapons and medicinal pills, and Duan Lingtian didn't take a fancy to a single one of them. Only later on did the auction take out some rare materials. Only now did Duan Lingtian make a bid. Before the curtains to the auction came to an end, Duan Lingtian had won many materials from the auction. So long as it was something he took a fancy to, he practically directly bid for it. Unknowingly, the gold in Duan Lingtian's possession had decreased by an entire 100 million gold. This caused Su Li's group of 3 to be unable to refrain from being astounded. Duan Lingtian, I originally thought that amongst the 4 of us, the person with the most gold and silver ought to be Luozhan. I never imagined that you'd conceal your strength so deeply. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, looks like if I have no money to use in the future, I'm entirely capable of directly borrowing from you. You can borrow, but you have to pay interest. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Chen Xiaoshui angrily rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Even though Su Li was surprised, yet he didn't say anything. In the past, Duan Lingtian had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and he'd long since gotten used to it. As far as he was concerned, any matter that caused shock to occur to Duan Lingtian was extremely normal. As for Luozhan, after his surprise, he felt that it was natural. Only he knew of Duan Lingtian's background and knew that Duan Lingtian was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Would a grade 4 weapons craftsman lack gold and silver? The answer was no. Luozhan believed it. So long as Duan Lingtian was willing to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon and put it up for auction in the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City, it would absolutely be able to fetch a sky-high price. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Normally, only the weapons craftsmen of the dynasties were able to refine it. Chapter 563. Grade 4 spirit weapon. To a certain extent, it wasn't something that could be measured in gold and silver. If it was really exchanged for gold and silver, it would surely be an enormous amount that was difficult to imagine. So as far as Luozhan was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't lack money. How could Luozhan know that practically none of the wealth in Duan Lingtian's possession was obtained by exchanging spirit weapons? These wealth were all earned by him using various methods. The things auctioned by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House are truly disappointing. Duan Lingtian looked out of the window and shook his head at the middle-aged man that stood on the auction platform that presided over the auction. Of course, the reason Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, it was entirely because he looked down upon many of the precious things that were auctioned earlier. For example, the grade 5 spirit weapon and the bottle of void strengthening pills with 80% purity, as well as some miscellaneous items. To others, those were precious things, but to him, they weren't worth mentioning. So long as he was willing, he could refine an even better grade 5 spirit weapon and a void strengthening pill with an even higher purity. As for the other things, he didn't need them. When one stood at a different position, one's mentality would naturally be different. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the final item of our Imperial auction house this time. This is a demon beast egg, and it contains a trace of the aura of advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man that presided over the auction introduced. Presently, a plate had appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. On the plate was an egg that was the size of an infant's fist. On the surface of the egg, there was faint violet-colored energy that flickered. In other words, the demon beast that laid this demon beast egg was most probably an existence that had comprehended advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man continued. Advanced lightning force? As soon as the middle-aged man mentioned the words advanced lightning force, Qin Wantian's eyes lit up. Most of the people in the auction hall couldn't help but become excited. After they finished hearing the middle-aged man, the gazes of many people lit up. A demon beast egg left behind by a demon beast that had comprehended advanced lightning force. I'm determined to obtain it. Right at this moment, a resolute voice sounded out from a room upstairs. Oomph. Then let's see if you have the wealth. A disdainful voice came from another private room. Since this demon beast egg carries advanced lightning force. In other words, the demon beast within the demon beast egg in the future is extremely likely to grow into a demon beast that has comprehended advanced lightning force. A voice rang out from another private room. There was a hint of excitement in the voice. Duan Lingtian discovered. One by one, the guests in the private room spoke out. They were determined to get the demonic beast egg. What kind of demonic beast egg is that? Duan Lingtian looked at the demon beast egg, and his eyes contained slight curiosity mixed within. His mental power swept out, wanting to find out what was going on. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed another spiritual force that was probing the demon beast egg as well. The strength of this spiritual power was on par with his. It was also a 6th-level void-prying stage spiritual force. There's a second inscriptionist here? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was only able to notice that spiritual force, yet he had no way of knowing where it came from. I wonder if it's the spiritual force of the person in the room or the person in the hall, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But when he saw that spiritual force didn't have the intention of making things difficult for him, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to it. Even if that spiritual force wanted to make things difficult for him, he wasn't afraid. His spiritual force wasn't inferior to the spiritual force of the spiritual force. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the demon beast egg, his gaze couldn't help but squint, because he noticed that the vitality within the demon beast egg was swiftly draining away, and only a trace of it remained now. In the blink of an eye, that tiny bit of life force had completely disappeared. The advanced lightning force that flickered on the demon beast egg was completely restrained. The demon beast egg had become simple and unadorned. What's going on? This scene caused many guests present to be unable to refrain from being stunned. There were also some people with unique discerning gazes that cried out in shock. This demon beast egg has already lost its vitality. It's already a dead egg. Dead egg. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. A living demon beast egg had suddenly become a dead egg, and it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. It's really dead? It seems to have lost its vitality. So long as a demon beast egg still has a trace of vitality, its outer appearance would have traces of force. Exactly. If the force suddenly vanishes, then there's only one possibility. The demon beast is dead. A demon beast egg that was originally priceless is now worthless. What a pity. The auction hall was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Duan Lingtian, is the demon beast within that demon beast egg really dead? Luo Zhan asked Duan Lingtian curiously. He blindly believed in Duan Lingtian. Subconsciously, he felt that Duan Lingtian was omnipotent. Yes, it just died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just died? Su Li and Chun Xiao Shui couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Fortunately, it's dead now. Otherwise, if it died after someone bid for it, then it would have really cheated that person. Chun Xiao Shui sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, the expression of the middle-aged man on the auction platform went grim. After a short moment, two old men walked up from the backstage. After they inspected the demon beast egg for a while, they couldn't help but shake their heads. The final auction item of the Imperial Auction House is actually a dead egg. This matter will surely become the laughingstock of the Imperial Auction House. A demon beast egg that was originally priceless has now become a useless thing. Truly a pity. Many people in the auction hall shook their heads and sighed with emotion. Moreover, the voices that sounded out from the various rooms earlier went silent and didn't sound out again. Guess. The middle-aged man on the auction platform took a deep breath and said apologetically, "A slight accident has occurred in the final auction item of today. We never imagined that the demon beast within it would actually be so weak. However, we've still decided to auction off this demon beast egg. The original starting price of this demon beast egg was 10 million gold. Now, the starting price is 1 million gold. 1 million gold." The middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the auction hall to be unable to refrain from feeling disdain. A dead egg, a completely useless egg, 1 million gold? Only an idiot would buy it. If this demon beast egg wasn't a dead egg, then perhaps it could be sold for a sky-high price. But the demon beast within it was dead now, and this demon beast egg was bound to become a useless thing. Even holding it would be too cumbersome. Even spending 1 million gold to buy it? Presently, even Duan Lingtian, who sat in the room, couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that the Imperial Auction House had gone mad for money. 1 million gold. A dead egg? Lo Chung shook his head. Right when Su Li and Chun Xiao Shui felt that it wasn't too likely for anyone to bid. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder suddenly cried out, "Big brother Lingtian." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard the little gold mouse's voice. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Big brother Lingtian, I want that demon beast egg." The little gold mouse's gaze descended outside the window onto the middle-aged man's hand on the auction platform. The middle-aged man's hand was precisely holding the demon beast egg that had completely lost all signs of life. Little gold, the demon beast within that demon beast egg is already dead. Duan Lingtian was afraid that the little gold mouse didn't know of this fact. "I know." The little gold mouse nodded like a human and continued to speak via voice transmission. "Big brother Lingtian, I want it." Duan Lingtian noticed. Presently, the little gold mouse was staring at him with a pair of jade green eyes. The little gold mouse's gaze was filled with anticipation. "All right, I'll just bid for it." Duan Lingtian rubbed the little gold mouse's head with a doting expression. It was only 1 million gold. Buying this dead egg would be like buying a toy for this little fellow. 1 million gold. Instantly, Duan Lingtian directly spoke out under the disbelieving gazes of Luo Zhan and the others. Duan Lingtian's voice resounded out in the auction hall, causing everyone in the hall to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock after a short moment. There's really someone willing to spend 1 million gold to buy a demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life? Truly a fool with a lot of money. The world of the rich isn't something we can imagine. The group of people whispered in discussion. The gazes of even more people couldn't help but look towards the window of Duan Lingtian's room. But unfortunately, because of the angle, they weren't able to see anything. Are there any other guests that want to increase the price? Right at this moment, at the same time that the middle-aged man on the auction platform heaved a sigh of relief, he asked in a loud voice. Someone spending 1 million gold to buy a demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had similarly exceeded his expectations. Now, he didn't think that someone would continue to increase the price. He was only asking out of habit. If there are no other guests that increase the price, then I'll start counting down. 1 million gold going once, 1 million gold going twice, 1 million gold going thrice. Sold. The middle-aged man said word by word, "Congratulations to the guest in box 7 for winning this demonic beast egg with 1 million taels of gold." The middle-aged man looked towards the room where Duan Lingtian was and said in a loud voice, seeing that the demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had an owner. Once again, there was a burst of discussion in the auction hall. A demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life is simply useless. I don't know who actually spent 1 million gold to buy such a useless thing. That's right, this demon beast egg is probably no different from an ordinary egg now. There's still a difference between it and an egg. At least I still dare to eat an egg. If this demon beast egg were to fall into my hands, I would definitely throw it away. No matter how the people outside discussed, Duan Lingtian still won the demon beast egg. Duan Lingtian, you, Luozhan, and the other two looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was absolutely not the kind of person who was a fool with a lot of money. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder and thought in his heart, what does little gold want with that demon beast egg? Thump, thump. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The people from the auction house had brought over the demon beast egg. Chapter 564. Duan Lingtian had just obtained the demon beast egg. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as it pounced over, and it seized the demon beast egg away with a speed that left no time for covering one's ears. You little fellow, are you afraid I won't give it to you? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse that held the demon beast egg as if it had obtained a precious treasure, and he spoke angrily. Meanwhile, the gazes of Luozhan, Su Li, and Chun Xiaoshui descended onto the little gold mouse with a slightly dazed expression. They were extremely curious. Why did the demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side want this demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life? It wasn't only them that were curious. Even Duan Lingtian was similarly curious. He'd won the bid for this demon beast egg because the little gold mouse wanted it. As for what the little gold mouse wanted it for, he didn't know the slightest. When the staff of the auction house received the money and left, they closed the door behind them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 saw it in astonishment. Whoosh! The little gold mouse's figure moved, and it slightly expanded. At the same time, it grabbed the demon beast egg with one hand and directly stuffed it into its mouth. The demon beast egg just happened to be able to be swallowed by it. Gulp! At the instant the little gold mouse swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 couldn't help but heavily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Luo Zhan's group of 3 had questioning gazes that descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he spread out his hands, and his expression showed that he didn't know beforehand. Little gold, you. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to ask the little gold mouse why it swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Lingtian saw the little gold mouse shrink once more, and its fluffy and chubby body fell down as it fell asleep on the table. This state was no different than the state it was in after consuming the nether soul fruit that day. Could it be that little gold ate that demon beast egg as a spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. Duan Lingtian, this jade-eyed heavenly mouse by your side is really strange. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Chun Xiaoshui's eyes lit up. What a domineering name. Duan Lingtian, where did you find this little guy? If there's a chance, I'll get one and raise it. Back then, I also met it in the exchange hall. Speaking of which, I even spent a few million gold taels on it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene when he bought the little gold mouse at the Ma clan's auction house in Blackwind City. Only a few million taels of gold? Luo Zhan's face was full of envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian, your luck is really heaven-defying. He was very clear about how terrifying the little golden mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was. Although Qin Xiaoshui didn't say anything, he looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Su Li pondered for a short moment before his gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this little gold mouse by your side is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Are you sure? At this moment, even Su Li's breathing became hurried. Su Li, you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse? It was the first time Luo Zhan had seen Su Li lose composure like this, and he asked curiously. Qin Xiaoshui looked over as well. Su Li muttered, if this little gold mouse is really a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then Duan Lingtian has really struck it rich. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a few million gold tails? Suli, since you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then introduce it to us. Luozhan and Qian Shaoshuai both had faces full of curiosity. Suli's loss of composure allowed them to realize that the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was extremely not simple. Suli glanced at Duan Lingtian as if he was confirming something. Duan Lingtian nodded. Only now did Suli look at the little gold mouse that had fallen asleep on the table as he said, I've once seen records related to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse in some ancient books. The jade-eyed heavenly mouse is an extremely formidable demon beast. When it matures, it's even capable of transforming into a demon and taking human form. As he spoke up to hear, Suli's voice trembled slightly. Demon? Suli's words caused Luozhan and Qian Shaoshuai's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Anything that could be called a demon was at least in existence at the fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. Even a ninth-level void interpretation stage demon beast didn't have the qualifications to be called a demon. Only a demon beast that had stepped into the void transformation stage and was capable of taking human form had the qualifications to be called a demon. Demon itself was the synonym of an expert. On Cloud Continent, every single demon was in existence with shocking strength. Some formidable demons even had the chance to become a demon monarch or even a demon emperor. A demon monarch was equivalent to a martial monarch amongst human martial artists. A demon emperor was equivalent to the Emperor Wu amongst human martial artists. Their strength was exceedingly high and was difficult to imagine. Demon. This jade-eyed heavenly mouse actually has the bloodline of a demon flowing within its body? Chen Shaoshuai was dumbstruck. In other words, so long as it matures, it's extremely likely for it to transform into a demon and possess a formidable strength at the void transformation stage. At this moment, Luozhan was practically able to hear his own heartbeat.
Yes.
Suli nodded. For a time, Luozhan and Qian Shaoshuai looked at Duan Lingtian with red eyes. A few million gold to buy a demon beast that could transform into a demon? Why didn't they have such luck? Only the two of you know about this matter. You must not spread it out. Suli glanced at Luozhan and Qian Shaoshuai with a warning gaze. Don't worry. Luozhan and Qian Shaoshuai hurriedly nodded. After they found out about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's background, they knew that it was a hot potato. It was also because outsiders didn't know about the background of the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. Otherwise, they could imagine. Duan Lingtian would surely welcome the plundering of experts from all over. At that time, even if it was the top experts of the Dark Han dynasty, they would probably be interested in the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. This little gold mouse was a future demon. Its potential was so great that it was shocking. Now, they'd already decided to bury this secret in the depths of their hearts. They wouldn't betray Duan Lingtian. Not because of anything else, but only because of Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Earlier, before Suli spoke, he'd especially inquired about Duan Lingtian's gaze, and they'd clearly seen it. They knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's agreement, it would be impossible for Suli to reveal the background of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Whereas since Duan Lingtian had agreed, it was sufficient to show that Duan Lingtian didn't take them to be outsiders. Give them a plum and return a peach. They weren't ingrates. Duan Lingtian, not only do you possess heaven-defying natural talent, even your luck is unimaginable. A few million gold to buy a future demon, even I'm slightly envious. Chen Shaoshuai sighed. Luozhan nodded and deeply agreed. Demon? Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart. Actually, when Suli spoke those words from before, he knew that Suli didn't understand the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. At the very least, Suli was far from understanding it as Emperor Wu. In Suli's knowledge, when the jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it would only be a void transformation stage demon. According to the memories of Emperor Wu, once the jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it wouldn't be as simple as an ordinary demon. In the history of Cloud Continent, there was no lack of existences that had become demon emperors in the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan, and their strength was exceedingly high and awe-inspiring. It's time to go. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up, Then he grabbed the little gold mouse in his hand and placed it on his broad shoulder before calling out to Luo Zhan's group of 3. The 3 of them walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and left the room on the second floor of the auction house together. This time, besides Duan Lingtian, he'd bought many materials. Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiaoshui had more or less bought some things. After the group of 4 left the auction house, they directly returned to the courtyard house. They returned to their rooms to cultivate. I wonder if any changes will occur to Little Gold after she swallowed that demon beast egg that had lost its vitality. I hope she'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse that was still snoring loudly as he silently thought in his heart. The stronger the little gold mouse's strength was, the more help it would be to him. Once Little Gold wakes up, I ought to start looking for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. If I'm able to refine the rebirth pill before the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, perhaps I'll have the chance to break through to the void initiation stage in a short period of time, and even enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's feelings surged, as if he'd already seen his exceedingly bright future. Gradually, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM form. Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten time and forgotten everything. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, in the sky above Dubhe Peak. Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the horizon roiled as an enormous figure swooped down. Swoosh! The enormous figure's speed was extremely swift, and in the blink of an eye, it descended onto the vast platform on the peak of Dubhe Peak. Who's there? Right at this moment, 3 old men walked out from the trade hall that belonged to the 7-Star Sword sect at the side of the peak of Dubhe Peak. They were precisely the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Great Rock. The 7-Star Sword sect's Great Rock. The 3 old men looked at the great rock that stared fixedly at them, and their faces went grim. Damn it, why would it appear here? Flee. The hearts of the 3 old men trembled, and they didn't dare have the thought of going against the great rock, so they split into 3 directions and soared into the sky with the intention of flying far away. But would they be able to flee? Swish! Suddenly, the great rock spread open its wings that were like wings that covered the sky, and it abruptly slapped the ground. Instantly, the dust on the ground was swept clean. Swoosh! The great rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed out swiftly to charge towards one of the old men. Even though the old man was a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist, his speed was shocking. But that little bit of speed of his wasn't worth mentioning before the great rock. In the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the great rock. Oem! The great rock's sharp claws swept out to hold onto the old man's head and directly twisted it apart. 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist, dead. Swoosh! Swoosh! Subsequently, the great rock repeated the same trick and successively caught up to the other 2 old men before killing them one by one. After killing the 3 old men, the great rock looked at the empty peak of Dubhe Peak, and its eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. Swoosh! The great rock spread its wings and started to search Dubhe Peak and even the surrounding 6 great sword peaks. Chapter 565. The 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect were dyed with blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock unfolded its wings and flashed directly towards the peak of Migres Peak, seeming to have noticed something. Everywhere the rock passed, the clouds and mist dispersed. In next to no time, a crooked tree appeared before the eyes of the rock after the clouds and mist. Behind the crooked tree was a passageway that led to the cave inside. The rock's eyes abruptly became fierce. A pair of wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flickered with a frightening sheen. Within his origin energy, wind concept raged and suffused out. Right at this moment, light footsteps sounded out from within the cave passageway. In next to no time, a beautiful woman walked out with a sword in hand. Every step the beautiful woman took seemed to be able to give rise to a wave of fierce sword chi that swept ahead. 1 step, 2 steps. The beautiful woman had a serious expression. until she walked out of the cave passageway and stood on the crooked tree. She saw the rock that circled in the sky before her. The seriousness on her face vanished into thin air. Elder Pong? The beautiful woman was precisely the former peak master of the seven-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. Presently, as she looked at the rock before her, Qin Xiang's delicate figure lightly trembled, and her beautiful eyes that were like water were filled with excitement. Xiang girl, you've returned. After the great rock saw Qin Xiang, the fierceness in its pair of eyes vanished without a trace. Replacing it was warmth. The current rock, when compared to the rock that carried out a bloody massacre on the seven great sword peaks earlier, it was simply like a different bird. Elder Pong, I thought, it's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful face was extremely excited. Elder Pong, the former sect guarding revered elder of the seven-star sword sect. An existence like this was still alive and well. Qin Xiang saw the hope of the seven-star sword sect rising once more. Elder Pong. Meanwhile, another two figures walked out side by side from within the cave passageway. It was precisely Mo Yu and Zheng Song. The rock nodded when he saw the two of them, and slight sorrow was mixed within the depths of his pair of sharp eyes. Only these few people remained in the entire seven-star sword sect. Little girl Xiang, it's good that all of you are alive. Presently, all the members of the Azure Forest Trisect on the seven great sword peaks have been completely slaughtered by me. From today onwards, I'll guard the seven-star sword sect and won't allow anyone to encroach on it. The great rock's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness and overbearingness. Elder Pong, don't worry. We'll be able to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect sooner or later and revive the sect. Qin Xiang said to Elder Pong, we have Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, the giant rock's sharp eyes flashed and he nodded. The young man it had brought out in the past. It was as confident as he was. Time always flies by. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Creak, creak, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a scream. Little Gold? Are you awake? Duan Lingtian awoke from his cultivation, and he opened his eyes that were dazzling like stars as he stared at the little gold mouse before him. Creak, creak, the little gold mouse nodded, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a crafty sheen. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop the little gold mouse, and he saw through the little gold mouse's current cultivation at the first possible moment. Little Gold, you didn't break through? Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that after swallowing the demon beast egg the other day, the little gold mouse that had fallen into deep slumber ought to have broken through. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the void-prying stage, and there wasn't any change. Creak, creak, when the little gold mouse heard Duan Lingtian, she raised her little head and cried out complacently, "What are you complacent for? You didn't break through." Duan Lingtian angrily rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. "Looks like the demon beast egg I bought for you the other day is completely useless to you. But since it's useless to you, why did you sleep for another month?" As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse moved. She revolved around Duan Lingtian and flashed up. Strands of violet-colored energy floated up into appearance on the little gold mouse's body. Whoosh! In the sky, an enormous silhouette spiraled down to reveal its face. An ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette above the little gold mouse and glanced at the violet-colored energy on the little gold mouse. Little Gold, you've comprehended first-level lightning concept? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Squeak. The little gold mouse replied and nodded like a chick pecking for rice. It's because of that demon beast egg? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. 1 month ago, the demon beast egg that he bought at the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House emitted advanced lightning force before the vitality within it was annihilated. After a period of 1 month, the little gold that swallowed the demon beast egg that day had comprehended first-level lightning concept. This caused Duan Lingtian to have no choice but to link the two together. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Looks like that demon beast egg wasn't wasted in the end. At the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, a sense of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The first level lightning concept Little Gold had comprehended possessed the strength of an entire 8,000 ancient mammoths, more than the advanced lightning force she comprehended before. It was even more terrifying than a breakthrough in cultivation. As an 8th level void prying stage demon beast, when Little Gold's origin energy exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Now, coupled with first-level lightning concept. Without using a spirit weapon, Little Gold was able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 1,000 ancient mammoths. If she utilized a spirit weapon. The spirit weapon in the Little Gold Mouse's hand was a grade 4 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian. It was able to amplify strength by 60%, although this amplification could only be used on one's own strength. But the Little Gold Mouse's own strength possessed the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the grade 4 spirit weapon in her hand was able to amplify the strength of 6,600 ancient mammoths. Presently, once Little Gold exerts her full strength, she's able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 7,600 ancient mammoths. There's practically no human or demon beast below the void initiation stage that's capable of defeating her. Even if there is, it's extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian firmly believed. Squeak, squeak, the Little Gold Mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade-green eyes were filled with complacency. You little fellow. I truly never imagined that a dead egg bought with a mere 1 million gold would actually be able to transform something rotten into something miraculous in your hands and assist you in comprehending first-level lightning concept. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the Little Gold Mouse's experience. Little Gold, I intend to go on a long journey. Duan Lingtian looked at the Little Gold Mouse and spoke. Squeak, squeak, the Little Gold Mouse instantly became excited when she heard this. Sure, Big Brother Lingtian. Where are we going? We're going to 2 cities. One of them is a comparatively special city in the Darkstone Empire, and the other is a city in the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian spoke of his plans. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian went to look for Qi Ming. Vice Dean Qi, I have to leave temporarily for a period of time. When he saw Qi Ming frowning and seeming to want to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Don't worry, Vice Dean Qi. I'll surely return half a year later at the latest, and I'll absolutely not miss the Young Genius competition 7 months from now. Duan Lingtian guaranteed. So Qi Ming didn't continue persuading him. Be careful all the way, Qi Ming said. He was able to discern that Duan Lingtian left in a hurry this time, and there was obviously something urgent. Okay, Duan Lingtian nodded, then brought the Little Gold Mouse along and left directly. He didn't even bid farewell to Luozhan, Su Li, and Chan Xiao Shuai. Duan Lingtian had only just left the courtyard house when a person followed him in a concealed manner. What does this Duan Lingtian want to do? A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes followed behind Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Prince Shang. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he heard an aged voice sound out from behind him. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body stiffened. Revered Elder Qi, he knew that it was impossible for him to make a move against Duan Lingtian. At the same time that this caused him to be slightly aggrieved, he was filled with helplessness. It's all because the Azure Forest Trisect didn't keep their word. Otherwise, that Duan Lingtian would have died long ago. He couldn't help but be enraged when he recalled the Azure Forest Trisect standing him up. He was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family since he was young, and his status was noble. When had anyone dared stand him up? What an Azure Forest Trisect! You even dare play tricks on this prince? Prince Shang's expression was exceedingly gloomy. Qi Ming silently looked at Prince Shang's face that had sunk, and he didn't express anything. He naturally knew of Prince Shang's intentions. However, Prince Shang was the blood brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor after all. Even if Prince Shang committed a great mistake, it wasn't his turn to teach him a lesson. What he could do was stare at Prince Shang and protect Duanling Tian. Swoosh. Whereas now, outside the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, a golden light shot into the sky and vanished in the horizon in the blink of an eye. Above the clouds, the speed of the golden light doubled once more. Rumble. Waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps sounded out at practically the exact same moment, and it followed the golden light towards the northeast. The owner of the golden light was an enormous gold mouse. The gold mouse's entire body was furry, and it looked extremely cute. Yet now, a violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged on the back of this enormous gold mouse. The violet-clothed young man sat there and silently cultivated. This young man and mouse were precisely Duanling Tian and the little gold mouse. After notifying Qi Ming, Duanling Tian brought the little gold mouse along and left the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire at the first possible moment. His time was limited. I only hope that half a year of time is sufficient for me to find the ageless root. Duanling Tian only had a single objective for leaving the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time: to find the final auxiliary medicinal catalyst required to refine the rebirth pill, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to successfully refine the rebirth pill. Once he refined the rebirth pill, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, not to mention surpassing Su Li. Even surpassing the little gold mouse wasn't impossible. Big Brother Ling Tian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duanling Tian's ears. Chapter 566. Flourishing Summer City. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Flourishing Summer City? What's that place? The little gold mouse asked curiously. That's the largest trade city in the Darkstone Empire, and it's similar to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is even more chaotic than the ancient city of Everlast. Duanling Tian continued. So, if it's not necessary, you must not cause trouble for me during this trip. Understand? As Duanling Tian finished speaking, his tone was slightly stern. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse cried out and agreed. Flourishing Summer City was located in the northeast area of the Darkstone Empire. The little gold mouse flew at full speed, and her speed wasn't inferior to a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. 10 days later, Duanling Tian saw the outline of Flourishing Summer City. Flourishing Summer City's 4 walls were completely pitch black like ink. Practically all the buildings within the city were constructed from black bricks. Today, the sky was dim as dark clouds converged in the horizon and enveloped the entire Flourishing Summer City within it. Coupled with the completely pitch-black Flourishing Summer City, it gave others the feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. Big Brother Ling Tian, this is Flourishing Summer City? The little gold mouse asked. Exactly. Find a place to land outside. We'll enter the city. Duanling Tian nodded and called out to the little gold mouse. Subsequently, Duanling Tian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk once more and stood on his shoulder as he walked into Flourishing Summer City with large strides. Flourishing Summer City was extremely large, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. After entering the city, what entered his eyes was a road that was excessively wide. There was an endless stream of people passing by, and carriages flowed without end. It gave others an extremely prosperous feeling. As expected of the #1 trade city in the Darkstone Empire, in terms of prosperity, even the imperial city is unable to compare to it. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, swoosh, 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 a wave of wind howls suddenly sounded out above Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked up. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people flying at a low altitude, their speed as fast as lightning. Duanling Tian quietly extended his psychic power. After a short while, he was able to determine the cultivation base of these people. Amongst these people, most of them were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, and there were even many existences at the void initiation stage. An empire is not something an empire can compare to. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, Duan Lingtian headed straight for the center of the city. Brother Lingtian, where are we going? The little gold mouse could see that Duan Lingtian was walking with a purpose. You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian didn't explain in detail and continued to walk forward with the little golden mouse. Finally, in front of a luxurious building in the center of flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian stopped. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The luxurious building before Duan Lingtian's eyes was dazzling, and it occupied the best area of flourishing Summer City. With a single glance, he knew that it wasn't the property of an ordinary power. Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. This treasure-gathering pavilion was precisely the destination of his trip to flourishing Summer City this time. The treasure-gathering pavilion is the property of a formidable power of the Dark Han dynasty, and it has branches in the various empires under the Dark Han dynasty. Besides collecting the treasures in the world, the treasure-gathering pavilion also sells many treasures. The treasure-gathering pavilion disdains to collect ordinary treasures. For example, spirit weapons. Only spirit weapons above grade 5 have the qualifications to enter the treasure-gathering pavilion. Spirit weapons below grade 6 are utterly disdained by the treasure-gathering pavilion. Besides collecting and selling various treasures, the treasure-gathering pavilion also provides services like consignment sales. Of course, it can also offer rewards. All of this was what Duan Lingtian had found out in the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City, and he'd come here this time precisely for the sake of offering rewards. Customer, may I ask what you need? Duan Lingtian had only just entered the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant came over to greet him, and the attendant revealed a professional smile. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict at the first glance of the attendant. Heavens, what have I seen? A mere attendant actually possesses a cultivation at the first level of the void-prying stage. This treasure-gathering pavilion is worthy of being the property of a formidable power of the Dark Han dynasty. What extravagance! Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart. I need to offer a reward. Duan Lingtian spoke to the attendant. Offer a reward? The attendant nodded, then brought Duan Lingtian to walk up to the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion before welcoming Duan Lingtian to a counter. Customer, what reward do you need to offer? You can register it here. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern his emotions. Fourth level of the void-prying stage. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the cultivation of the middle-aged man behind the counter at the first possible moment. He never imagined the cultivation of a martial artist that guarded the counter in this treasure-gathering pavilion was similar to his. Customer, may I know what reward you want to offer? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked slowly, Ageless root. I need a reward for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Ageless root? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Customer, please describe the characteristics of the thing you want. Besides that, if it's convenient, I hope you can leave behind a diagram of it. Obviously, the middle-aged man didn't know what the ageless root was. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he casually described the characteristics of the ageless root, he waved his hand and drew the ageless root on the white paper the middle-aged man prepared. It's this thing. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. Customer, what reward do you want to offer? The rewards offered in our treasure-gathering pavilion don't accept gold or silver and only accept treasures. The middle-aged man reminded. Slap. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that flickered with an azure light appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he directly slapped it on the counter. I'll offer this thing. Spirit weapon? The middle-aged man frowned and said, Customer, our treasure-gathering pavilion only accepts spirit weapons above grade 5. How do you know it doesn't have a grade 5 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. This person didn't even look at the spirit weapon Duan Lingtian had taken out before hastily coming to a conclusion. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. When he saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, He'd underestimated Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was young. After all, as far as he was concerned, a young man like Duan Lingtian probably wouldn't be able to take out a spirit weapon above grade 5. But now that he'd seen Duan Lingtian's composure, the middle-aged man realized that he might have underestimated Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man grabbed the spirit sword Duan Lingtian placed on the table and fused his origin energy into it. In an instant, in the sky above the middle-aged man, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared first, and then another 3,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. The attendant that brought Duan Lingtian in was dumbstruck as well. Heavens! What have we seen? Increase. An amplification of 59%. The attendant fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and had a shocked expression. 4. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. The middle-aged man gasped, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was completely different. According to his knowledge, there seemed to be no Grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Darkstone Empire. In other words, the Grade 4 spirit sword the young man before him took out was extremely likely to be refined by a Grade 4 weapons craftsman of the Darkhan dynasty. In the Darkhan dynasty, there were only a few people that could make a Grade 4 weapons craftsman not hesitate to refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon. Those existences were all the leaders of the various powers of the Darkhan dynasty. This young man isn't simple. The middle-aged man's heart shook. How is it? This thing can be used as a bounty item? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, seeming as if he didn't see the shocked expression on the middle-aged man's face. Yes, of course it can. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking for rice. Then he recalled how he'd underestimated the young man earlier and was slightly embarrassed. Then it's fine. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now, help me register it. Yes. The middle-aged man didn't dare dally and hurriedly withdrew a jade pendant. There was an obvious crack in the middle of the jade pendant. Right when Duan Lingtian was wondering why the middle-aged man withdrew a lousy jade pendant. Slap. The middle-aged man pulled open the jade pendant, leaving half of it behind and giving the other half to Duan Lingtian. Customer, the next time you come to our treasure-gathering pavilion, no matter if someone completes the bounty, no matter if it's to retrieve your Grade 4 spirit sword or your bounty item, you have to use this token to exchange for it. The middle-aged man had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he received the other half of the jade pendant, he asked, "When do you usually come to confirm it?" "At least 3 months. Customer can come and collect it after 3 months." The middle-aged man continued. Because Duan Lingtian had withdrawn a Grade 4 spirit sword, his attitude towards Duan Lingtian had undergone a tremendous change. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, "I heard that a certain handling fee is required to post a bounty in your treasure-gathering pavilion. I wonder how much I have to pay." The middle-aged man smiled. "Customer, our treasure-gathering pavilion has a rule that if a customer uses a Grade 4 spirit weapon or above as a bounty item, then the handling fee can be waived." Waive the handling fee? Duan Lingtian was stunned. There's such a rule? With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, a Grade 4 spirit weapon was an extremely rare item. It was understandable that the treasure-gathering pavilion would take care of a person that was able to take out a Grade 4 spirit weapon as a bounty item. After all, a Grade 4 spirit weapon usually represented a Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Whereas a Grade 4 weapons craftsman was an extremely rare existence in the entire Darkhan dynasty. It was even rarer than void interpretation stage experts. "Then I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he put away the jade pendant in his hand before leaving hastily with the little gold mouse. After Duan Lingtian left, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. Then he muttered as he looked at the Grade 4 spirit sword before him. He's willing to take out a Grade 4 spirit weapon as a bounty item. What exactly is the background of that young man? Subsequently, the middle-aged man raised his head to look at the nearby attendant and said with a low voice, "Quickly report this to the pavilion master." Chapter 567. Big Brother Lingtian. You directly passed the Grade 4 spirit sword to them. Aren't you afraid they'll take it for themselves? After they left the treasure-gathering pavilion, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Take it for themselves? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This treasure-gathering pavilion is renowned far and wide within the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, and it still has this bit of credibility. Moreover, even if they want to take it for themselves, they need to have the courage to do so. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. It caused others to associate it with a Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Whereas all the Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty were masters that were respected by everyone, very few people dared offend them. So Duan Lingtian didn't think that the treasure-gathering pavilion would dare take his Grade 4 spirit sword for themselves. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed a burly man with a bare upper body had smashed a middle-aged man flying with a single punch. Subsequently, the burly man stretched out his arms, and a pair of meteor hammers appeared out of thin air before flashing out and seeming to have transformed into a shooting star that smashed down towards the middle-aged man. Another enormous bang sounded out, and the middle-aged man was completely devoid of any signs of life. His flesh was badly mangled, and he was extremely miserable. 9th level of the void-prying stage? The ancient horned dragon silhouette and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above the burly man caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from glancing over. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many similar bloody scenes. The rumors aren't wrong. This Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is indeed even more chaotic than the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he arrived, he'd headed all the way to the treasure-gathering pavilion and didn't pay attention to the surroundings. Now, when he intended to leave, he paid attention to the surroundings, and it allowed him to feel the cruelty of flourishing summer city. Kid, hand over the spatial ring and this gold fur mouse in your hand. Otherwise, I'll fucking make you die a graveless death. When he saw the city gate was right before his eyes, a wave of arrogant voices sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, a light flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This was a burly man with 3 hideous scars on his face. They looked like 3 centipedes and were extremely frightening. One of the scars ran from the left side of his face along his nose to the right side of his face. The scar-faced man held his broadsword and stared down at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were as big as gongs, and they were filled with bloodthirst and violence. Die without a burial place? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. You. The moment the scar-faced man appeared, Duan Lingtian used his acute spiritual force to detect his exact cultivation at the first possible moment, the 9th level of the void-prying stage. His cultivation was similar to that of the burly man with the meteor hammer. Brat, you've angered me. Faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, the scar-faced man went completely berserk. He swung the broadsword in his hand and smashed it down at Duan Lingtian. I'll chop you into minced meat, little gold. Duan Lingtian's face was covered with a layer of frost as he lightly shouted. In an instant, a golden light flashed out from Duan Lingtian's shoulder, who was as still as a mountain. Whoosh! An ear-piercing and swift sword whistle sounded out of nowhere. Amidst it, there was a light and ear-piercing sound of thunder. In the next moment, the scar-faced man who was originally charging towards Duan Lingtian with a menacing aura stopped halfway and swayed. You! The scar-faced man stared at Duan Lingtian, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his throat. Dazzling and eye-catching blood spurted out from the bloody hole, and it flowed out continuously as if it was free. Bang! Finally, the scar-faced man couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground with a bang, and he didn't make a sound. Dead. Squeak, squeak, right at this moment, accompanied by a wave of sharp cries, the golden light flashed out once more, and the little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Let's go. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the dumbstruck crowd in the surroundings. Then he brought the little gold mouse out of the city. Everywhere they passed, no one dared come forward to look for trouble. Lightning. Lightning concept. Someone only reacted to it when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes, and they exclaimed in a low voice, "That demon beast is so terrifying." It actually comprehended lightning concept. At the city gate near flourishing Summer City, the group of people were astounded. Daoba is really unlucky this time, offending an existence that he shouldn't have offended. Yeah, Daoba's strength can be considered to be not bad. But before that rat-type demon beast, it's not worth mentioning, and he doesn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Many people looked at the corpse of the scar-faced man on the ground and shook their heads. Outside flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had enlarged and continued on their way. "Big brother Lingtian, where are we going now?" the little gold mouse asked. "The Dark Han Dynasty." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke word by word. "Dark Han Dynasty?" The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when she heard this. "There's surely many delicious things in the Dark Han Dynasty. Little fellow, what else do you know besides eating?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. "Hee. Big brother Lingtian, where's the Dark Han Dynasty?" the little gold mouse asked again. "North." Duan Lingtian looked towards the north and reminded. Swoosh. Instantly, the little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and it was accompanied by waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps as it headed north. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead silently sat on the back of the little gold mouse and closed his eyes to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WYRM form. Presently, my cultivation is only a tiny bit away from being able to break through to the 5th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy in his body flowed tirelessly. 3 days later, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body roiled and converged together before flashing directly towards the final bottleneck of the 4th level of the void-prying stage. Bang! The vast origin energy charged at the bottleneck and caused the bottleneck to loosen. Still a little bit more. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate to once again converge his origin energy and carry out the second charge. Bang! The second time, he was still unable to charge through the bottleneck. Bang! The third time, over and over again, until the 9th time. Bang! Duan Lingtian's origin energy instantly charged through the bottleneck. And right at this instant, his origin energy underwent a transformation like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. "I've broken through." Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and flowing lights flickered within his eyes like the dazzling stars in the night sky, causing everything in his surroundings to dim in comparison. 5th level of the void-prying stage. Under his excitement, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous ball of flames. In the sky, 7,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. "Big brother Lingtian, you've broken through?" The little gold mouse's young and naive voice that was like a little girl entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. "Yes." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. "Little gold, you have to work hard. Otherwise, I'll surpass you one day." "Hee. I'll surely not allow big brother Lingtian to surpass me. I'm not far from the 9th level of the void-prying stage." The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with confidence. "Then we'll see." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. He believed that so long as he was able to refine the rebirth pill, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass the little gold mouse. Unfortunately, there's only one rebirth pill, and it can't be consumed separately. Otherwise, its medicinal strength would be greatly reduced. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Otherwise, if he made the little gold mouse consume the rebirth pill as well, then he would have a great assistance by his side. With the little gold mouse's current strength, once she consumed the rebirth pill, she would surely be even more terrifying. Never mind. No matter how strong little gold is, she's only an external source of strength to me. There are many times when I have to rely on myself in the end. Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Only when he possessed an exceedingly formidable strength would he be able to be considered as a true expert. Rebirth pill. Ageless root. Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction of the Dark Han Dynasty, and his feelings surged. right when Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Dark Han dynasty. At the southwest area of the Darkstone Empire, a swift flowing light flashed past the horizon and headed directly towards the south. Above the clouds and mist, a beautiful young girl in yellow clothes flew in the sky. The young girl's beautiful face that was like carved jade was sufficient to make anyone feel pity for her. Hiss hiss, suddenly, restless sounds came from beneath the young girl's sleeve. The young girl slowed down. She raised her slender hand and grabbed two little pythons from beneath her sleeve. The two little pythons, one black and one white. On the body of the black little python, there were bright golden striations that flickered with a dazzling sheen. On the top of its head, there was an extremely sharp golden horn that flickered with a frightening cold light. On the other hand, the appearance of the white little python wasn't much different from the black little python. The only difference was, the striations on the white little python's body were silver in color. The horn on the top of its head was similarly silver in color. Squeak, squeak, the two little pythons coiled around the young girl's white wrists, and their eyes focused as they stared ahead and flickered with traces of human-like reminiscence. Little black, little white. Both of you are thinking of Big Brother Ling Tian again? The yellow-clothed young girl lightly rubbed the little heads of the two little pythons and lightly smiled as she asked. The two little pythons lightly nodded, and their soft bodies were excited to the point they started trembling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, the two little pythons' figures flashed out, transforming into two extremely swift bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the south. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before the yellow-clothed young girl's eyes. Little black, little white. Wait for me. The yellow-clothed young girl followed up. Her graceful figure caught up to the two little pythons in the blink of an eye. Hiss hiss, the sharp eyes of the two little pythons flickered, and they were anxious to return home. Not long after, the yellow-clothed young girl and the two little pythons left the area of the Black Market Empire and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Qingnu probably won't notice that we've already left for a while. This time, we must properly play outside. The yellow-clothed young girl brought along the two little pythons and headed directly towards the south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not long after, 7 mountains that were like sharp swords that shot into the sky appeared before the young girl's eyes. Hiss hiss, meanwhile, the two little pythons seemed as if they were injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. The yellow-clothed young girl stood in the sky above the 7 great sword mountains, and her beautiful brows frowned as she looked at the roiling clouds and mist below. Right at this moment, swoosh! Chapter 568. Spiraling up from the bottom of the clouds was an incomparably huge rock. The rock's wings were unfolded like clouds that covered the sky, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. A pair of fierce eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. The yellow-clothed young girl was slightly surprised when she saw the rock. I never imagined that I would be able to see a demon beast with the bloodline of a golden-winged rock here. Golden-winged rock. The rock's eyes squinted when he heard the yellow-clothed young girl, and he said via voice transmission, "Little girl, who are you? You're actually able to discern that I possess the bloodline of a golden-winged rock. You wouldn't know who I am even if I told you." The yellow-clothed young girl's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to descend onto a sword peak at the side of the 7 great sword peaks. All right, I won't speak with you anymore. I'm going to look for Big Brother Ling Tian. As she spoke, the yellow-clothed young girl's figure flashed to descend. Big Brother Ling Tian? The rock was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission, "You're talking about Duan Ling Tian? You know Big Brother Ling Tian?" The yellow-clothed young girl stopped moving and looked at the rock. "Of course I know him, but he's not here anymore." When the rock saw that the person that had arrived might be Duan Lingtian's friend, the fierceness in his eyes dissipated slightly. "He's not here anymore?" The yellow-clothed young girl was stunned. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, 2 small heads stuck out from beneath the young girl's sleeve, and their eyes flickered with slight disappointment as they flickered their tongues. "Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian went?" The yellow-clothed young girl asked. "I only know that he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 years ago." The rock said, Crimson Sky Kingdom? Where's the Crimson Sky Kingdom? The yellow-clothed young girl asked. The Crimson Sky Kingdom is south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian stayed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. The rock said. What it said was all learned from Qin Xiang. As for where Duan Lingtian went now, he didn't know the slightest. Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city? The yellow-clothed young woman nodded and raised her hand before her figure flashed out. Little black, little white, let's go to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to look for Big Brother Ling Tian. Hiss, hiss. The two little pythons immediately jumped in excitement. Looking at the yellow-clothed girl's disappearing figure in the blink of an eye, the rock's pupils constricted and its emotions surged. She looked to be about 16 years old. He actually had such a terrifying cultivation base. It couldn't help but feel a little scared. What kind of people does that little fellow Duan Lingtian know? The rock muttered in its heart. The Darkhan dynasty was vast and boundless. Even with the little gold mouse's current full-speed flying speed, the little gold mouse was still unable to fly. After entering the Darkhan dynasty, Duan Lingtian did not see even the slightest trace of human habitation for 2 consecutive months. What entered his eyes was a boundless desert. Don't tell me we've come to the southern wasteland of the Darkhan dynasty? Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse as he looked down at the boundless desert, and he revealed a bitter smile. Darkhan dynasty, southern wasteland. He'd heard of it. Supposedly, the southern wasteland was a place where even birds wouldn't shit. Not only were there few signs of human habitation, even wild beasts, fierce beasts, and demon beasts were extremely rare there. It could be said that the southern wasteland was a region that had never been developed. Originally, even if it hadn't been developed. As a region of the Darkhan dynasty, it shouldn't be so desolate. However, in this region of the Darkhan dynasty, there was something that caused even void interpretation stage experts to tremble in fear upon hearing its name. That was a sandstorm. Sandstorms came from nature, and their might was boundless. If it was a formidable sandstorm, then even a void interpretation stage expert would be unable to escape death upon encountering it. Although the strength of a void interpretation stage expert wasn't weak, but before the strength of nature, it was still like an ant that wasn't worth mentioning. I wouldn't have really arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's southern wasteland, right? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and prayed in his heart. I hope I don't encounter a sandstorm that's unique to the Darkhan dynasty's southern wasteland. Little Gold, continue flying towards this direction, and you'll be able to leave this desert in the end, Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse replied and continued flying forward swiftly. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, when suddenly, an unusual gale blew towards him. As a martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, Duan Lingtian had an extremely acute intuition towards the wind. Even the little gold mouse was unable to compare to him in this aspect. It wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian looked ahead and muttered. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's face went completely pale, because he saw that at the end of the desert ahead, an expanse of sand and dust that covered the sky had suddenly been lifted up, and then it flashed towards the direction he and Little Gold were at. The sand and dust arrived nearby in a short moment. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a terrifying gale blow over, and it caused the little gold mouse to be unable to move an inch. Whoosh! Whoosh! A violent gale blew out in the distance, and the sand and dust that covered the sky was accompanied by a terrifying tornado as it swept over. Everywhere it passed, the ground of the desert cracked apart, and the airflow in the air flashed and emitted a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Little Gold, turn around. Flee! Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and hurriedly shouted out explosively. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse had turned around and flashed back. Flee! Flee! Duan Lingtian felt the approaching sandstorm behind him, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. At this moment, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's long hair that was draped behind him had broken, and his long hair flowed along with Feng Qingyang, whereas the violet clothes on his body were blown by the violent gale to the point of fluttering. The violent gale grew closer and closer. Even if the little gold mouse moved at full speed, it seemed to be impossible for her to escape the pursuit of the sandstorm. I've really jinxed it. When he thought of the prayer from 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to slap himself. The good really didn't come true, but the bad did. Presently, the sandstorm behind him was practically boundless. With the little gold mouse's speed, there was utterly nowhere to flee. The speed of this sandstorm is probably sufficient to compare to the speed of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Perhaps, a sandstorm of this level was nothing in the eyes of a Void Interpretation stage expert. But before Duan Lingtian, it was comparable to a scourge and a ferocious beast that might swallow him at any moment. Little Gold, flee to the left. Quickly. Duan Lingtian turned around, and after he saw the direction of the sandstorm with narrowed eyes, he hurriedly urged. Swoosh! The little gold mouse didn't hesitate in the slightest to flash towards the left. However, the speed of the sandstorm was truly too swift. The little gold mouse was utterly unable to leave the area swept by the sandstorm before it caught up. Big Brother Lingtian, I've tried my best. The little gold mouse's slightly immature voice was filled with helplessness. I never imagined that our luck would be so good. We encountered the sandstorm of the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty on our first visit to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, the sandstorm grew closer and closer, and it was less than 500 kilometers away from Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. Swoosh! The little gold mouse flashed with all her might. In the end, she was still swallowed by the sandstorm. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian felt a gust of violent wind assault him from behind, and accompanied by the sand that covered the sky, it completely covered his field of vision. Not only that, at this moment, he felt that he'd lost control of his entire body. He was brought along to spin in the air by an extremely strong violent wind, and it caused him to feel dizzy. Duan Lingtian's body tensed up as the origin energy on his body swept out. Half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force suffused out, along with his origin energy. Even then, Duan Lingtian was still unable to resist the violent wind that enveloped him. The origin energy and force in his entire body were shattered by the violent wind. Gradually, Duan Lingtian gave up resisting. He allowed the sandstorm to bring him along and fly. Little Gold, Little Gold. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't forget the little gold mouse. But no matter how he shouted, his voice was pushed back by the sandstorm and entered into his ears. The little gold mouse had completely vanished without a trace. I hope Little Gold is fine, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. Time silently flowed by. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed as well. He utterly didn't have the mood to calculate the time. Presently, he was swept flying by the sandstorm, and he could only use half-step advanced wind force to merge into the violent wind of the sandstorm and seek to merge with it. The result of doing this allowed Duan Lingtian to luckily escape calamity and not be killed by the sandstorm. Little Gold's strength far surpasses me, and she's even comprehended first-level lightning concept. She ought to be fine. Duan Lingtian, who felt the sandstorm ceaselessly weakening thought in his heart. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian calmed down. He wasn't as impatient as before. After he calmed down, Duan Lingtian started to observe the sandstorm. The sandstorm was mainly formed from the violent wind that covered the sky, and the sand and dust within it were all blown up by the wind. Its essence was wind. The violent wind swept Duan Lingtian's extremely tattered clothes and slapped his cheeks. Duan Lingtian, who closed his eyes and allowed the violent wind to bring him along as he rode on the clouds and mist, and he gradually seemed to have merged into the violent wind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's comprehension towards wind force had changed. Duan Lingtian's mind had completely merged into wind force. He'd completely forgotten everything in the outside world. Wind is sufficient to sweep through everything. Just like the violent wind within this sandstorm, it's strong to the limit, and even those void interpretation stage and void transformation stage experts don't have the slightest ability to resist it. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt his body jolt, and his internal organs trembled. When he opened his eyes, only now did he notice that the sandstorm had already vanished, and only a light breeze that ceaselessly blew past remained. Before he had the time to think about where he'd been blown to, Duan Lingtian stood up and spread out his hands. On the surface of his body, strands of azure-colored energy abruptly condensed into form and suffused out. Wind force. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Wind force. I've finally attained the advanced stage. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he revealed an expression of wild joy. Not dying from encountering the sandstorm this time was already extremely fortunate, but he never imagined that he'd actually obtain a blessing in disguise and comprehend the advanced wind force from the violent wind within the sandstorm. Comprehending the advanced wind force also meant that Duan Lingtian's strength had advanced a level. After his wild joy, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Where's little gold? Chapter 569. Whirlwind. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered as he searched around. In the end, he didn't notice the slightest trace of the little gold mouse. This caused him to be rather helpless. I wonder where little gold is. Duan Lingtian was slightly worried, although he could confirm that the little gold mouse ought to have been fine by the sandstorm. But the hearts of men were sinister, and if little gold were to encounter other martial artists, there would always be potential danger. Never mind if it was a weak martial artist. He was only afraid that little gold would encounter a strong martial artist. Presently, I utterly don't know where this place is. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings, and what entered his eyes was a boundless desert that he couldn't see the end of. He didn't know which direction the sandstorm blew him over from, nor did he know where the little gold mouse was blown to now. I'll expand the area and go around the surroundings to see if I can find traces of little gold. If it really doesn't work, I can only leave this desert myself first. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, and the origin energy beneath his feet flashed as he flashed out while accompanied by advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Although his speed was inferior to the little gold mouse, it wasn't slow in the slightest. Not long after, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were people ahead. In the distance, 3 small black dots appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the desert. When he got close to look, it was a young woman that was a little over 20 and 2 middle-aged men. The woman wore gorgeous clothes and was obviously of extraordinary birth. As for the 2 middle-aged men, they wore the same clothes and were obviously the servants by the woman's side. Presently, the 3 of them were covered in dust and were in an extremely sorry state. These 3 people were probably affected by the sandstorm as well. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. What do you want to do? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard the woman's sharp cry. Subsequently, he saw the 2 middle-aged men that were dressed like servants blocked the young woman's path from the front and back, and both of them revealed frenzied expressions. You've gone mad. The woman's expression was livid and extremely unsightly. We're not crazy. One of the middle-aged men revealed a maniacal smile. Second young miss, eldest young master has never treated us as humans. Although you never said it, we all know that you have never treated us as humans either. That's right. Today, that sandstorm can be considered to have helped the 2 of us. Today, we'll kill you, second young miss, and seize all the wealth in your spatial ring before fleeing far away. The other middle-aged man walked towards the woman step by step, his eyes shining with a strange light. Perhaps we don't need to run away. We can just say that we've never seen second miss before. The sandstorm separated us from the eldest young master and the others. Who knew that the 2 of us would be together with second young miss? The middle-aged man in front said again, You, don't do anything rash. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. As long as you send me back, I can ask my father and big brother to reward you. The wealth in my storage ring is limited. I can ask my father and big brother to reward you with more. The woman said in a panic. Second young miss, we're not 3-year-old children. We know clearly in our hearts that once we send you back, we'll die for sure. Second young miss, although we're greedy, we won't joke around with our lives. The two middle-aged men obviously didn't believe the woman, and they walked step by step towards her. A saber appeared in each of their hands. Origin energy flickered on the sabers, and 1,000-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above them as well. Two ninth-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian looked down at the three people beneath him, and his brows raised. As for the woman, although she didn't reveal her cultivation, but Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected her cultivation at the first possible moment. Seventh level of the nascent soul stage. Before the two middle-aged men, she didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Oem! Oem! The saber lights in the two middle-aged men's hands flashed out as they attacked the woman in unison. Under the exchange of attacks of the two ninth-level nascent soul stage martial artists, the woman's face went ghastly pale, and she even forgot to resist. Oomph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from the horizon. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the two middle-aged men were directly blasted flying. They violently spat out blood, and their faces were ghastly pale as they fell to the ground in a sorry state. They struggled to stand up, and their expressions were gloomy as they looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood by the woman's side. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in our business?" one of the middle-aged men asked with a low voice. K off. The person that attacked was naturally Duan Lingtian. Although the woman was unrelated to him, the two scheming and vicious servants by her side caused him to be extremely displeased. So, he attacked. Moreover, according to his guess, the woman ought to be someone from the surroundings of the desert. After all, it was impossible for a nascent soul stage martial artist to easily enter the southern desolation of the Dark Han dynasty. Presumably, the woman knew the path in this desert and knew how to walk out of the desert in the shortest amount of time. Walking out of the desert was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most now. When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's fierce shout, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with terror. They didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly fled. "Why didn't you kill them?" Right at this moment, the woman's questioning voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. The woman's voice was filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the woman. "I have no obligation to help you kill them. Besides that, is this the attitude you have towards your savior?" Although the woman's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to his fiancée, Kerr, and Li Fei, she was still quite inferior. The woman's expression froze when she heard this. "Thank you for saving my life." The woman took a deep breath and expressed her thanks. But in the depths of her eyes, a trace of a fierce light was mixed within. This scene was naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian. "Looks like there's a reason why those two people wanted to kill this woman. I saved her, yet she's actually displeased with me in her heart, just because I didn't help her kill those two servants." At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest good impression of the woman. If it wasn't for wanting the woman to bring him out of this desert, he would have probably left long ago. "Benefactor, I hope you can protect me out of the southern desolation. So long as I return to the clan, I'll surely reward you generously." The woman looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke slowly. She was obviously worried that the two middle-aged men would return. "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and didn't refuse. The woman's request was exactly what he wanted. As for the reward, he didn't care. When she saw Duan Lingtian agreed so readily, in the depths of the woman's eyes, a trace of disdain flashed imperceptibly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed behind the woman and walked forward together. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out about the woman's experience from before from her. It turned out that a few days ago, the woman followed her elder brother back from a city on the side of the southern desolation. They needed to pass through a corner of the southern desolation to return home. Unexpectedly, they encountered a sandstorm on the way and were separated. Duan Lingtian saw everything that happened after that. "Those two lackeys are ingrates. They ate our Zhu family's food and still dared to have evil intentions towards me. They truly deserve death." When the two middle-aged men were mentioned, the woman's beautiful face was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian listened silently, his expression unchanged. 5 days later, under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. An oasis appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian, our Zhu family is in the abundant city ahead. The woman looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded. During these past few days, he'd found out about the woman's identity. A daughter of an aristocratic family. Zhu Qing. Our Zhu family is a famous large family in abundant city. This time, even though you let those 2 slaves go, you saved me after all. My father and elder brother shouldn't blame you. Zhu Qing said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. Won't blame me? Shouldn't? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Looks like this Zhu Qing really took the matter of him saving her as a matter of course. Not long after, a city that was neither big nor small appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The reason this city was said to be neither big nor small was because it was larger than many cities Duan Lingtian had seen, yet smaller than many cities. Abundance City. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhu Qing and walked into Abundance City. In next to no time, the 2 of them arrived before an estate that occupied a vast area. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he saw the plaque that hung on the entrance of this estate with a glance. Chu family. Second young miss. Meanwhile, the 2 guards at the entrance of the Zhu family estate revealed pleasantly surprised expressions when they saw Zhu Qing. Second young miss, you've finally returned. During these past 2 days, the patriarch and eldest young master were almost driven mad with worry. One of the guards said. Zhu Qing nodded and brought Duan Lingtian along as she walked into the Zhu family estate. In the audience hall of the Zhu family estate, Duan Lingtian saw the patriarch and eldest young master of the Zhu family. Father. Zhu Qing pounced into the embrace of the patriarch as tears flowed down like rain. Your daughter was almost unable to see you again, father. Woo 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 woo. The patriarch's face went grim. Qing what exactly happened? Qing did this kid bully you? Whereas the eldest young master of the Zhu family instead revealed a cold light as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. If he wanted to harm Zhu Qing, then at the moment they walked out of the desert and Zhu Qing lost her value, he would have already killed Zhu Qing. Father, it was Wang Zhu and Li Gong. After the sandstorm separated me and Big Brother, Wang Zhu and Li Gong were by my side. They wanted to kill me and seize my spatial ring. As she finished speaking, Zhu Qing's tears flowed down again. What? Those 2 slaves are so audacious? The patriarch and eldest young master of the Zhu family's faces went grim. The eldest young master of the Zhu family's eyes even emitted a ghastly cold light. Damnable slaves. So, it was he who saved you? The patriarch of the Zhu family looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze, as if he wasn't facing his daughter's savior, but a stranger. Yes. Zhu Qing nodded. Did he help you kill Wang Zhu and Li Gong? The eldest young master of the Zhu family asked. Chapter 570. No. The expressions of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master went grim at the same time. After they found out about the sequence of events, they wished for nothing more than to tear those 2 Zhu clan servants into pieces. Now, they heard that someone had let those 2 servants go. Boundless flames of rage arose in their hearts. Why did you let them go? The Zhu clan's eldest young master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a low voice. There was no lack of a questioning tone in his tone. Although the Zhu clan's patriarch didn't speak, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had imperceptibly become colder. At this moment, this pair of father and son seemed to have completely forgotten. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian making a move, the Zhu clan's second young miss, Zhu Qing, would have already become a dead soul under the blades of those 2 Zhu clan servants. When he heard the questioning tone in the Zhu clan's eldest young master's tone, Duan Lingtian frowned and said indifferently, It seems to be none of your business who I let go, right? It's naturally none of my business if you let others go. But you let go of 2 servants that wanted to kill my younger sister. You're undoubtedly not taking my Zhu clan seriously. The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted in a grim voice. Not taking the Zhu clan seriously? The words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. When he saved Zhu Qing, he seemed to have utterly not known of the existence of the Zhu clan, right? Moreover, even if he knew of the existence of the Zhu clan, so what? Was it the Zhu clan's turn to tell him what to do? Eldest young master Zhu, right? Duan Lingtian's calm gaze met the Zhu clan's eldest young master's gaze as he said with a chilly voice, "Don't forget, if it wasn't for me, this younger sister of yours would have already died in the desert. Now, you're denouncing me?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master's expression to freeze, but the rage in his eyes didn't show any signs of dispersing. "Not to mention that I didn't know of the existence of your Zhu clan before this, even if I knew. So what if I didn't take your Zhu clan seriously?" Duan Lingtian continued. As he finished speaking, he had a mocking smile. Could it be that a clan that treated its savior like that still want others to respect it? Laughable. How laughable. Duan Lingtian's words made the Zhu family's 3 patriarchs dumbfounded. You're courting death. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the first to react. The origin energy in his body surged, and his aura was like a rainbow as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The third level of the void-prying stage? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in disdain. Done. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the Zhu clan head who stopped his son. He's right. After all, he saved your sister's life. Our Zhu clan can't treat our savior like this. Although the Zhu family's patriarch said so. However, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely cold, as if he was trying to push people 1,000 miles away. Humph. Eldest young master Zhu coldly harumphed and glared at Duan Lingtian. Count yourself lucky, sir. You've saved my daughter's life, and I thank you here. The Zhu clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then he said indifferently, "But we have something to do in a while, and I'm afraid we can't entertain you. Do as you please." Duan Lingtian started laughing. Originally, he indeed intended to turn around and leave. But now, the attitude of the Zhu clan's father and son caused him to be extremely displeased in his heart. Trying to save a person, and even getting into trouble? If the Zhu clan's patriarch politely asked him to leave now, he would leave without saying a word and would absolutely not stay for a moment longer. After all, he'd never thought of obtaining any benefits from the Zhu clan. But the Zhu clan's attitude now caused him to feel that if he didn't obtain some benefits, then he would seem to be slightly unworthy of their warm hospitality. Zhu clan's young Mississippi, Duan Lingtian, looked at the nearby Zhu Qing, who had a cold and indifferent expression, and he grinned. "If I'm not wrong, after I saved you that day, you'd once promised that you'd surely reward me generously after I sent you back to the Zhu clan. Now, I've sent you back. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and reward me generously?" Duan Lingtian spoke word by word. "I think that second young Miss Zhu wouldn't go back on her word, right? You. Zhu Qing's beautiful face flushed red, and she was speechless. She seemed to have indeed promised him this. But these were only polite words she'd said at that time. She had extremely complicated feelings towards her savior, who'd let go of 2 dogs that wanted to kill her, and she'd never thought of really wanting to reward him generously. Now, the Zhu clan's patriarch had taken the initiative to mention this, and it caused her to be both angry and anxious. There's actually someone in this world with such thick skin? Duan Lingtian's words caused the faces of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master to sink. Kid, you arbitrarily let go of those 2 dogs that wanted to kill my younger sister, yet you still want my Zhu clan to reward you generously? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low voice. His tone contained rage mixed within. Eldest young master Zhu, you're mistaken. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Eldest young master Zhu, think about it properly. I've already saved your younger sister, and it's already an extremely great kindness to your Zhu clan. As for whether or not to kill those 2 people isn't my obligation. Of course, if your Zhu clan feels that the life of the Zhu clan's second young miss isn't worth mentioning and doesn't reward me generously, then it's fine as well. I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he turned around with the intention of leaving. Wait, Right at this moment, the Zhu clan's patriarch stopped Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. Patriarch Zhu, do you still have something? Duan Lingtian turned around and asked indifferently, although my Zhu clan can't be considered to be a clan that's ranked high in the Darkhan dynasty, it isn't a clan that doesn't know how to repay kindness. Speak. How do you want my Zhu clan to thank you? The Zhu clan's patriarch spoke word by word with a low voice. Patriarch Zhu is straightforward as expected. Duan Lingtian started laughing. How about this? I won't be greedy. Just give me 100 million gold. Duan Lingtian's voice entered into the ears of the three Zhu clan members, causing them to seem as if they were struck by lightning and be stunned on the spot. 100 million gold? This isn't greedy? Kid, don't be shameless. The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted out furiously. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the Zhu clan's eldest young master, and instead looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch as he smiled indifferently. What? Patriarch Zhu, do you think your daughter's life isn't worth 100 million gold? Never mind. Since the Zhu clan's second young miss is so cheap in the eyes of the Zhu clan, then take it as I've never said these words. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually waved his hand before walking out. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Zhu Qing stood at the side with an extremely unsightly expression. Never had she imagined that this violet-clothed young man that saved her would actually ask for such an exorbitant price. 100 million gold. Although it wasn't to the extent of hurting their Zhu clan, it was still an enormous amount of wealth, and it was enough to make their hearts ache. Wait. Finally, the Zhu clan's patriarch spoke once more, and his voice was incomparably low. Father. The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face went pale. Although this kid saved my sister, he let those two damnable servants go. At most, it can be considered as offsetting. You don't have to give him so much money. Offsetting? At the instant the Zhu clan's patriarch opened his mouth, Duan Lingtian had stopped in his tracks. Now that he heard the words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master, his face instantly seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Now, he suddenly felt that his previous actions were slightly wishful thinking. At that time, even if he looked on helplessly as Zhu Qing was killed, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. If he wanted to leave the desert, he didn't have to rely on Zhu Qing. So long as he coerced those two Zhu clan servants, they could similarly bring him out of the desert. Enough. If it wasn't for him, your sister would have died long ago. The Zhu clan's patriarch raised his hand to stop his son, then withdrew a thick stack of gold from his spatial ring. This is 100 million gold. From today onwards, our Zhu clan doesn't owe you anything. Thank you, Patriarch Zhu. The frost on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted when he saw the Zhu clan's patriarch pass over the gold, and he received it without the slightest trace of politeness and put it away within his spatial ring. This caused the nearby Zhu clan's eldest young master to gnash his teeth with hatred, whereas Zhu Qing's beautiful face was unsightly to the extreme as well. That was 100 million gold. Eldest young master Zhu, second young miss Zhu, farewell. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian intentionally bid farewell to the other two people. Then he walked off in large strides. For a time, only the three Zhu clan members remained on the spot, each with thoughts of their own. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhu clan, he heaved a sigh of relief and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I truly never imagined that just lifting a finger would earn me 100 million gold. I wonder which direction of the Darkhan dynasty this abundant city is located at. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he started to inquire everywhere. In the end, he finally confirmed it. Abundant City was located at the southwest area of the Darkhan dynasty, and it was adjacent to the southern desert. After Little Gold and I entered the Darkhan dynasty, we entered the southern area of the Darkhan dynasty. Looks like that sandstorm forcefully blew us to this southwest area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Even though the Darkstone Empire has a map of the Darkhan dynasty, it isn't very detailed. This is the Darkhan dynasty. I ought to be able to buy a more reliable map. Duan Lingtian searched for a while and finally bought a map of the Darkhan dynasty from a bookstore in Abundant City. Amongst the maps, there was even the symbol of Abundant City that he was currently at. In the entire territory of the Dark Han dynasty, Abundance City was only an existence that was even smaller than an ant. My destination this time is the most flourishing trade city in the Dark Han dynasty, Milky Way City. This is something that Little Gold knows as well. Perhaps I'll be able to meet Little Gold there. Duan Lingtian put away the open map in his hand and prepared to leave Abundance City and head to Milky Way City. But he hadn't walked out of the city gate in time. Duan Lingtian noticed that he was being followed. Zhu clan members? Duan Lingtian frowned. Besides the Zhu clan members, he couldn't think of anyone that would target him. It's probably not someone sent by the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch wants to deal with me, and he made a move at the Zhu clan estate earlier, so it's impossible for him to give me 100 million gold. Chapter 571. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the people following behind him and directly headed out of the city. In next to no time, he'd exited the city. He'd just soared into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 extremely swift howls of the wind sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. 3 figures stood in the sky and formed a triangle as they surrounded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by the appearance of these 3 people, and his gaze flashed past the 3 of them. These 3 middle-aged men were currently staring at him with icy cold gazes. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, and the cultivations of these 3 people were unable to hide. 2 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists. 1 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist. To Duan Lingtian, these 3 people didn't pose the slightest threat. Your eldest young master sent all of you? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. At practically this instant, Duan Lingtian's gaze didn't leave the 3 of them since the beginning, and he observed the slight changes in their expressions. In the end, Duan Lingtian noticed an inkling. At practically the instant he finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people slightly changed. Looks like I guessed correctly. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually went cold. But your Zhu clan's patriarch didn't even speak, and only that Zhu clan's eldest young master gave the order, yet all of you were anxious to make a move against me. Aren't all of you afraid your Zhu clan's patriarch will blame you? Once we kill you, the dead tell no tales. One of the 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists spoke, word by word with a voice that was cold like ice. Kill. The other 4th-level void-prying stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the other 2 people attacked at the same time. The 3 of them split into 3 directions and attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. 3 raging origin energies combined with the 3 spirit weapons and elementary force swept towards Duan Lingtian with torrential force. It seemed as if they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly went cold. In the next moment, he attacked. Sword drawing technique. As soon as the crepe myrtle flexible sword arrived in Duan Lingtian's hand, it turned into an extremely fast swordlight, sweeping through the air. 2 streams of blood spurted out. The origin energy on the bodies of the 2 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists dispersed completely, and they fell down. Boom, boom. Because they fell from a low altitude, Duan Lingtian and the remaining 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist were able to hear the sound of the 2 corpses falling to the ground. The expression of that 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist went completely grim at the instant his 2 4th-level void-prying stage companions were killed. It became extremely pale. His expression was filled with despair. Now, he put away the spirit weapon in his hand and stood in the air, his body trembling. You. He looked at Duan Lingtian with trepidation. Although he didn't clearly see how many ancient mammoth silhouettes were above Duan Lingtian earlier. However, he could clearly see the gigantic phantom that was spiraling down from the sky. Ancient horned dragon silhouette. At this moment, his heart was filled with coldness. Duan Lingtian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette, so Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious. Duan Lingtian was at least at the 6th level of the void-prying stage, even to the extent that Duan Lingtian was at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. A 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient horned dragon silhouette when utilizing a spirit weapon, whereas a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist was able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon without using a spirit weapon. 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist? 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist? Even their Zhu clan's strongest Grand Elder's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man before him. No, no. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. What a joke. Although Duan Lingtian looked to be young, Duan Lingtian's strength was something that was difficult for him to reach. If Duan Lingtian had the intention, he would have died earlier. Speak of the person behind the scenes, then fuck off. Duan Lingtian's slanted brows stood up, and he instantly seemed to have transformed into an enraged King Kong. Although he'd already guessed that the Zhu clan's eldest young master was the person behind the scenes, but he still wanted to confirm it. It's the eldest young master. It's the eldest young master, the middle-aged man hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flash and vanish before his eyes. I can't stay in the Zhu clan any longer. The middle-aged man sighed and made a resolution in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a flowing light that shot out of the city and into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Zhu clan estate. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a violet-colored figure appeared out of thin air. Zhu clan's eldest young master. The owner of the violet-colored figure was precisely Duan Lingtian, who'd left and returned. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked down at the Zhu clan estate beneath him as he spoke out coldly. His voice contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire Zhu clan estate. Instantly, the entire Zhu clan was stirred. Someone's looking for the eldest young master? The person has come with ill intent. Many Zhu clan members raised their heads to look up into the sky. It's him. Why has he returned? The Zhu clan's patriarch was originally silently drinking tea in the courtyard, and his face sank when he heard this familiar voice, and he soared into the sky. He's not dead? In the Zhu clan's martial practice grounds, the Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he soared into the sky. Subsequently, another 3 figures soared into the sky. Who's causing trouble in my Zhu clan? An aged figure was the first to arrive at the sky above Duan Lingtian, and his voice had already sounded out before he arrived. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. A white-browed old man was the first to appear before him. 7th level of the void-prying stage? His spiritual force detected the old man's cultivation at the first possible moment. Looks like this person ought to be the Grand Elder with the strongest strength in the Zhu clan, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, he'd come all the way to Abundance City under Zhu Qing's lead. On the way, Zhu Qing had frequently complacently praised their Zhu clan. Amongst them, she'd mentioned their Zhu clan's strongest Grand Elder, in existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly dazed. Obviously, he'd never imagined that the person that came to provoke the Zhu clan would be such a young man. Young man, do you know that your actions have already provoked the dignity of my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's voice was like muffled thunder, and it contained slight rage mixed within. The dignity of the Zhu clan? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Your Zhu clan has dignity to speak of? Truly a joke. Presumptuous. The voice of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder and another voice sounded out at practically the exact same time. Subsequently, the Zhu clan's patriarch was the second to make an appearance, and he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Zhu clan's Grand Elder as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before, my Zhu clan, and you are even... Now, you've openly provoked my Zhu clan. What exactly do you want? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder frowned, as he obviously never imagined that the Zhu clan's patriarch would recognize this young man. What do I want? Duan Lingtian started laughing as his eyes narrowed. Patriarch Zhu, your Zhu clan and I are indeed even, but that son of yours seems to not think in this way. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went slightly grim when he heard this. You. What do you mean by this? Patriarch, Grand Elder. Right at this moment, another two figures soared into the sky and stood by the side of the Zhu clan's patriarch and Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out. The two old men that had arrived now had cultivations comparable to the Zhu clan's patriarch. Both of them were at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. They ought to be Zhu clan elders. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly turned to converge onto the final figure that slowly soared into the sky. Patriarch Zhu, I'm afraid you have to ask your precious son about this. Ask him what good deeds he's done. As Duan Lingtian spoke the last two words, his voice intentionally became slightly heavier. Whoosh! The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the last to appear. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and stared angrily at him. Kid, you took 100 million gold from my Zhu clan and still dare behave atrociously in my Zhu clan? Looks like you're really tired of living. 100 million gold? The words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master caused the three Zhu clan elders, including the Zhu clan's grand elder, to be dumbstruck. Patriarch, what exactly is going on? The three of them asked the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch sighed and spoke of the sequence of events. The three of them came to a sudden understanding. Young man, since our Zhu clan is even, why are you still blabbering endlessly? The Zhu clan's grand elder's white brows raised as he emitted a dignified aura. Blabbering endlessly? Duan Lingtian laughed in ridicule, then looked at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Who's the one blabbering endlessly? You should ask your Zhu clan's eldest young master. Duan Lingtian's words successfully diverted the attention of the four higher-ups of the Zhu clan. Including the Zhu clan's patriarch, four gazes descended onto the Zhu clan's eldest young master in unison. Kid, what do you mean by this? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he asked with a shout, but in his heart, he felt slightly weak. Could it be that he already knows that I sent people to kill him? Wait. Unless they fail, otherwise it's impossible for him to know. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was extremely confident towards the three people he sent out. He didn't think that the violet-clothed young man before him was capable of killing those three people. So, he chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian's face seemed as if it was covered in a thin layer of ice. Eldest young master Zhu, I originally took 100 million gold from the Zhu clan's patriarch, and we're even. But you actually sent two 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists and a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist with the intention of killing me when I left? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold to the extreme, and it seemed as if it came from an icy pit. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the expressions of the 5 Zhu clan members went grim, especially the Zhu clan's eldest young master. His pupils constricted as his feelings surged. No. Impossible. How could he possibly know? Could it be that they failed? A bad premonition arose within the Zhu clan's eldest young master's heart. What did you do to my Zhu clan's 3 revered elders? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low tone as he shouted out. They obeyed your orders and wanted to kill me. Yet now, I'm standing here perfectly fine. What do you think of them? Duan Lingtian laughed in disdain as he spoke sharply. You killed them? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face went grim. What? You can send them to kill me, but I can't kill them? Duan Lingtian sneered. Originally, I saved your Zhu clan's second young miss, yet all of you didn't appreciate my kindness. But you actually wanted to kill me and wanted to make a big deal out of this matter. Then I'll play with you properly. Chapter 572. Kid, do you think my Zhu clan's 100 million gold is so easy to obtain? When the Zhu clan's eldest young master saw the matter being exposed, he simply stopped concealing it and shed all pretenses. But, you actually dared kill 3 revered elders of my Zhu clan. You're dead today. At practically the instant he finished speaking, the origin energy on the Zhu clan's eldest young master skyrocketed. The origin energy on the bodies of the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups became restless as well, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. What? Doesn't your Zhu clan feel that you're in the wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch, the Zhu clan's grand elder, and the other two Zhu clan elders as he asked with a low voice. In the wrong? The Zhu clan's patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy, and his gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Perhaps, my son has indeed gone slightly too far. But he didn't succeed after all. But you killed 3 of my Zhu clan's revered elders. So, you're dead today. The origin energy on the Zhu clan's patriarch raged like flames, and there were even strands of fiery red-colored energy leaping about within it. In the sky above him, 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 6th level of the void-prying stage. Half-step advanced fire force. What a good didn't succeed. Duan Lingtian started laughing from extreme rage. Today, if his strength was inferior to those 3 revered elders of the Zhu clan, he would have already been killed. But now, the Zhu clan's patriarch was actually so casual when facing this matter. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly. The head of the Zhu family and the 3 elders of the Zhu family were now more protective of their children. You must pay with blood for killing members of my Zhu clan. You can stay here today. The Zhu clan's grand elder's white brows raised as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a low voice. Stay here? Duan Lingtian started laughing brilliantly. Go ahead and laugh. You're bound to only be able to laugh at times like this in your lifetime. The Zhu clan's eldest young master sneered. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face instantly vanished, and his gaze descended onto the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups, including the Zhu clan's patriarch. Today, I came to your Zhu clan only for the sake of getting even with this eldest young master Zhu. Do you really want to get involved in this mess? Think carefully. Sometimes, a single choice is enough to end your life. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as ice. There was no lack of warning in his words. Although he resented the blindly protecting behavior of the Zhu family's 4 higher-ups, he was still angry. However, he still gave them a chance. As for whether or not the 4 of them would cherish this opportunity, it was not something he could interfere with. Duan Lingtian's words made all 4 of the Zhu family's upper echelons pale. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The Zhu clan's grand elder was the first to recover from his shock. His figure flickered like the wind as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Wong. A wide saber appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it carried strands of azure-colored energy as it slashed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. It was as if it wanted to split Duan Lingtian in 2. Above his head, an ancient horned dragon silhouette wriggled down and swept out. Behind the ancient horned dragon silhouettes were over 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes tailing behind. It was as if they were escorting a supreme emperor as they moved forward. 7th level of the void-prying stage. Grade 6 Spirit Saber. Half-step Advanced Wind Force. This was the strength of the Zhu clan's grand elder. Since all of you don't cherish this opportunity, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duan Lingtian's calm voice was filled with bloody killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a dim light started to flash in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul brand and executed his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space was instantly constructed and enveloped the Zhu clan's grand elder. The Zhu clan's grand elder had a cultivation at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. However, he wasn't an inscription master, and he hadn't comprehended advanced force. So, he was utterly unable to resist the soul skill, 1,000 souls, executed by Duan Lingtian with his 7th level void-prying stage, spiritual force. Instantly, he was sealed within the illusory space. He was like a headless fly that bumped about everywhere. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's grand elder suddenly turned around and stared fixedly at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. That icy cold gaze caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master to feel a chill run down his spine. Grand elder? He felt the killing intent in the old man's eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. OM. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's grand elder attacked. His saber slashed down, carrying the might to split a mountain as it descended towards the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand elder. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went grim, and his figure flashed out, wanting to rescue the patriarch, yet it was too late. The Zhu clan's eldest young master's eyes stared wide open as he was split into two by the Zhu clan's grand elder. Blood sprayed through the sky as the corpse that was split into two fell to the ground. Ah! Ah! Instantly, a wave of Zhu clan disciples exclaiming in shock sounded out from the Zhu clan estate. Obviously, they were terrified by the corpse of the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand Elder, why did you kill my son? High up in the sky, the Zhu clan's patriarch's eyes were crimson red as he glared angrily at the Zhu clan's grand elder. The other two Zhu clan elders also looked at the Zhu clan's grand elder with dazed expressions. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the existence of Duan Lingtian. And Duan Lingtian was happy to watch the show. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil arc. Only he knew what had happened earlier. Earlier, in the illusory space that he constructed, he overlapped the position of him in the illusory space with the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. So, the Zhu clan's grand elder killing him in the illusory space was equivalent to killing the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. Humph. You can't even withstand a single strike from me, yet you dare to provoke our Zhu clan. You're simply courting death. At this moment, the Zhu clan's grand elder snorted coldly and put away the spirit saber in his hand. Obviously, he was still in the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had constructed with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. He only thought that he had killed Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the originally furious Zhu clan's patriarch to be dumbfounded. An absurd thought arose in his heart. Did the grand elder kill the wrong person? The other two Zhu clan elders looked at each other in dismay, not daring to believe that all of this was true. It's time for the show to start. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he instantly withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. And that illusory space also shattered. The Zhu clan's grand elder regained his senses. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian standing in front of him unscathed, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Why aren't you dead? Just now, I clearly already. Grand Elder Zhu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. You don't think that the person you killed just now was me, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused the Zhu clan's grand elder's expression to change drastically. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Look who's missing now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly, and an evil arc appeared once again. The Zhu clan's grand elder looked around and discovered that only the patriarch and two elders were left. The eldest young master, who was originally standing with them, was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he discovered that the patriarch's expression was extremely unsightly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Could it be? His heart trembled, and his voice trembled. I killed Chang'er? The Zhu clan's eldest young master was called Zhu Chang. Since young, he had been treated as his own grandson. But now, he had actually died at his hands? No. The Zhu clan's grand elder's eyes were bloodshot as he shook his head continuously. In the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian and roared, "It must be you. It must be you." Although he didn't know what had happened just now, but the Zhu clan's grand elder subconsciously believed that what had happened just now was definitely related to this purple-clothed youth. The Zhu clan's grand elder attacked Duan Lingtian once more with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian revealed a disdainful expression. 1,000 illusions. He executed his soul skill once more. The illusory space appeared once more and enveloped the Zhu clan's grand elder within it. In the next moment, the Zhu clan's grand elder seemed as if he'd been possessed, and he swung his saber towards the Zhu clan's patriarch and the two Zhu clan elders. At the beginning, the Zhu clan's patriarch and the other two were barely able to resist the grand elder's attacks. Gradually, their strength was unable to continue. The Zhu clan's grand elder's saber descended and annihilated one of the Zhu clan elders. Elder Liang. The Zhu clan's patriarch and the other Zhu clan elders' faces went pale. What exactly did you do? Presently, the Zhu clan's patriarch had realized that the strange matter before his eyes was definitely related to Duan Lingtian, and he roared with a grim voice, "Patriarch Zhu, Don't blame me for not warning you. I've said it before. Sometimes, a single choice is sufficient to ruin your entire life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. But when his smile entered the eyes of the Zhu clan's patriarch, it was like the smile of a devil. Oem. The Zhu clan's grand elder swung his saber down once more and killed the other Zhu clan elder. Grand elder. It's me. It's me. Only the Zhu clan's patriarch was left, and he roared endlessly, wanting to stop the Zhu clan's grand elder. But the current Zhu clan's grand elder was within the space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions, yet he seemed to have been possessed and was utterly unable to be awakened. Finally, the Zhu clan's patriarch followed in the footsteps of the two Zhu clan elders. I'll give you a quick death. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and landed behind the Zhu clan's grand elder. Swish. He pointed out with a finger and took the life of the Zhu clan's grand elder. The Zhu clan's young master and the 4 upper echelons of the Zhu clan were all dead. Spatial ring. Duan Lingtian only remembered after a moment that he hadn't collected the Zhu clan's spatial rings, and he instantly descended from the sky. The Zhu clan's large martial arts practice field was stained with blood. Only one of the 5 corpses was intact. Around the martial arts practice field, the group of Zhu clan disciples had pale faces, and some with weaker mental fortitude even directly vomited. What exactly happened? How did the patriarch and grand elder get killed? The Zhu clan disciples had no idea what had happened at all. There's someone in the sky. All of a sudden, someone cried out in alarm. Subsequently, all the Zhu clan disciples saw a purple figure descend from the sky and stand on the martial arts practice field for a moment. This was an elegant purple-clothed youth. But the actions of the purple-clothed youth were completely different from his temperament. Chapter 573. It was he who killed the patriarch and grand elder? The group of Zhu clan disciples were all stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian. They only recovered from their shock when Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Such a young man actually possesses the strength to kill the patriarch and the others. Who exactly is he? He's surely a member of those great powers. I wonder how the patriarch and the others offended him. Fortunately, he didn't have the intention of making a move against our Zhu clan. Otherwise, our Zhu clan would surely be annihilated. The Zhu clan disciples discussed animatedly, and many of them even had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. They rejoiced that they'd escaped calamity. Duan Lingtian left. He left the Zhu clan and left Abundant City. To him, the incident that occurred in Abundant City was only a small matter that wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't long before he tossed it to the back of his mind. Milky Way City, the most bustling trade city in the Dark Han dynasty. It was also the final destination Duan Lingtian came to the Dark Han dynasty. My time is limited, and I'm unable to head to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. If I'm unable to find the ageless route in the Dark Han dynasty's Milky Way City and the Darkstone Empire's flourishing Summer City, then I can only continue searching after the Darkstone Empire advances in the future and head to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian headed all the way to Milky Way City according to the map in his hand. During this period of time, he'd found a forest that was densely packed with demon beasts, and he used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to tame a 7th-level void-prying stage flying demon beast as a means of transportation. Even though the speed of this flying demon beast was slower than the little gold mouse, it wasn't much inferior. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the back of the flying demon beast as he cultivated in meditation. He'd forgotten the time while cultivating. Only when the flying demon beast jolted Duan Lingtian awake did Duan Lingtian awaken from his cultivation. I'm still slightly lacking from the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Presently, another 2 months had passed. Duan Lingtian's cultivation obtained a swift improvement. He was already close to the 6th level of the void-prying stage. That's Han River City? Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the flying demonic beast as it swooped down. A city appeared in front of him. This city was definitely the largest city Duan Lingtian had ever seen in this world. In terms of land area, even if the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire and the flourishing Summer City were added together, they wouldn't be able to compare to half of this city. As they approached the city, Duan Lingtian could see it clearly. One after another, swift figures flew across the sky or sprinted across the ground. They kept surging into Han River City in front of them. Among these figures, there were human warriors and monstrous beasts. The latter were all controlled by human ancient martial art practitioners. Duan Lingtian slowly stood up and stepped on the flying beast, allowing it to take him into the city. In Han River City, there were too many high-profile people like Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's arrival did not attract the attention of others. I should first look for the treasure-gathering pavilion to issue an assignment, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Subsequently, he descended from the sky and stopped a middle-aged man that passed by, then asked politely, "Big brother, may I ask?" "Don't disturb me. I have an urgent matter." The middle-aged man spoke impatiently. "Big brother, I want to ask about the location of the treasure-gathering pavilion." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then a gold bill of 10,000 appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Walk ahead and reach the end. Turn right and you'll reach the treasure-gathering pavilion." The middle-aged man took the gold notes, and his attitude changed drastically. Then, he left. Really realistic. Duan Lingtian shook his head and soared up into the sky once more, then stood on the back of the flying demonic beast and urged it to continue forward. In next to no time, they arrived at the end of the road. After turning right, Duan Lingtian saw a large golden signboard on an independent building in the distance. Treasure-gathering pavilion. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant came over to greet him. "Guest, please come in." One of the attendants respectfully welcomed Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian nodded, then stepped on the flying demonic beast and entered the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the way, the attendant asked Duan Lingtian about the purpose of his visit. When he found out that Duan Lingtian had come for the sake of issuing a bounty, he didn't dare dally and brought Duan Lingtian up to the 3rd floor. "Guest, may I know what you need as a bounty? What are you using as a bounty?" The old man behind the counter looked at Duan Lingtian with a tranquil expression. "Ageless root." Duan Lingtian did the same as when he was at the treasure-gathering pavilion in flourishing Summer City. After he described the characteristics of the ageless root, he specially drew the ageless root. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew a grade 4 spirit sword and passed it to the old man. The old man held the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand with a skeptical expression. Whoosh! Along with origin energy blossoming from the old man's hand, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air at the side of the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him. First level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. When he entered, he didn't use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation. Now, the old man revealed a cultivation at the first level of the Void Initiation stage, and it shocked him. As expected of the treasure-gathering pavilion in the most flourishing city of the Dark Han dynasty, a mere old man that was in charge of registering at the counter was in existence at the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised, but the old man was even more surprised than him. An amplification of 60%? The old man's stiff face revealed a shocked expression, and his muddy eyes flickered with a bright light. When he saw the old man looking over, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. "Senior, please help me register." The old man nodded and said slightly woodenly, "The handling fee can be waived for a grade 4 spirit weapon. 3 months from now, no matter if you've placed a bounty on the thing you need, you can use this half a jade pendant to exchange for your spirit weapon." As he finished speaking, the old man passed a broken jade pendant to Duan Lingtian. The rules were no different than the treasure-gathering pavilion in the Darkstone Empire's flourishing Summer City. A grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%? The attendant that brought Duan Lingtian in was completely stunned on the spot, and he seemed to be petrified. According to his knowledge, there seemed to be no grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Dark Han dynasty that was capable of refining a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 60%. Thus, the value of this grade 4 spirit sword was obvious. "I'll be troubling, senior." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to the old man before urging the demon beast beneath him to leave. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 60%. Could it be that he's related to that person? Wait, even if it's that person, he's only refined 2 grade 4 spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 59% after exhausting his entire lifetime's worth of effort, and there isn't a single grade 4 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 60%. A thought had only just arisen within the old man's heart when it was shattered by himself. In his eyes, the violet-colored figure that was disappearing into the distance was so mysterious. You, quickly take this diagram to the first floor's hall and paste it on the notice board in the hall. Announce that no matter who it is, so long as they find the medicinal material on the diagram, they'll be able to obtain a grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%. The old man looked at the attendant and spoke with a serious expression. Yes. The attendant replied and left, whereas the old man left the counter and walked up the stairs that led upstairs. After a short moment, he'd arrived outside a pavilion on the 5th floor. Pavilion Master. The old man stood outside and bowed. The treasure-gathering pavilion was an industry under a formidable power of the Dark Han dynasty. It was distributed throughout the Dark Han dynasty. Even the various empires under the Dark Han dynasty had branches of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Every pavilion branch had a pavilion master. The Han River City was no exception. Not only that, because the Han River City was the most prosperous commercial city in the Dark Han dynasty, the pavilion master of the Han River City's treasure-gathering pavilion was an expert with shocking strength. No one knew how strong this pavilion master was. However, even though the Han River City's treasure-gathering pavilion contained numerous precious treasures, there were very few people that dared to come look for trouble. The deterrent force of this pavilion master could be seen from this. Come in. A sonorous voice sounded out from within the pavilion. Following the old man in the pavilion, the old man walked into the pavilion. A middle-aged man that stood there with his back facing the old man appeared within his field of vision. Is there something you need? The middle-aged man turned around and stared at the old man with a gaze that was like lightning as he asked, Pavilion Master, look at this. Although based on appearance alone, the old man was sufficient to be the middle-aged man's father, he was respectful and reverent when facing the middle-aged man and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand, a spirit sword. This is? The middle-aged man raised his hand and didn't seem to make any movements. The spirit sword in the old man's hand instantly flew up and firmly descended into his hand. It was as if it was guided by a shapeless force. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be indescribably shocked. This was because the technique the middle-aged man executed was a technique that allowed him to obtain an object from afar. Telekinesis. It seemed simple, but was actually extremely difficult. If it wasn't a martial artist with a formidable strength, it was utterly impossible to accomplish this. But the old man didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest when faced with the middle-aged man's telekinesis technique, as if it was a common occurrence. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the spirit sword in his hand. After a while, his eyes abruptly squinted. What a profound method of equipment refinement! This grade 4 spirit sword is at least able to provide an amplification of 59%. Could it be the masterpiece of that old fellow? As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. The old man that stood respectfully at the side wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man was able to discern the extraordinariness of the spirit sword with his naked eye. This was because he knew the pavilion master was a grade 4 weapons craftsman himself. He was also one of the only 5 grade 4 weapons craftsmen that the Dark Han dynasty knew of. Wait. In next to no time, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered, I've seen the 2 top grade 4 spirit weapons refined by that old fellow, but there isn't a spirit sword. Could it be that this is his most recent creation? As he finished muttering to himself, the middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked with a low voice, Who placed this sword in our treasure-gathering pavilion? It's a young man. Chapter 574. Besides that, Lord Pavilion Master, this grade 4 spirit sword doesn't provide a 59% amplification of strength. The old man looked at the middle-aged man and seemed to have thought of something. It doesn't provide a 59% amplification? The middle-aged man frowned and sized up the spirit sword in his hand. Could it be that I've misjudged? Is this spiritual sword just a facade? No. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Lord Pavilion Master, this spirit sword doesn't only provide a 59% amplification. It can provide a 60% amplification of strength. 60%. When the old man's words entered into the middle-aged man's ears, it was like a thunderclap. It caused the middle-aged man to be dumbstruck. A 60% amplification? In next to no time, the middle-aged man held the sword and tested it with a serious expression. Along with the origin energy on the sword in his hand rising, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and ancient mammoths appeared in the sky above him. In the end, he finally confirmed it. It really is 60%. Instantly, the middle-aged man's face flushed red, and his eyes flickered with a dazzling bright light as he looked at the spirit sword in his hand. His breathing gradually became hurried. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The old man wasn't surprised when he saw the middle-aged man lose composure like this. As far as he was concerned, the pavilion master himself was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Seeing a grade 4 spirit weapon with such a terrifying amplification ability, it was normal for him to be elated. What does that young man want to use this spirit sword as a reward? The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a burning gaze as he asked. If it was possible, he wanted to obtain this grade 4 spirit sword as well. A grade 4 spirit sword that provided a 60% amplification. If it was in his hands, then after he carefully studied it, he might be able to improve his attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement. Perhaps he would be able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 59% or even 60% amplification because of this. Lord Pavilion Master, the thing that young man offered as a reward was a type of medicinal material. He called that medicinal material the ageless root. The old man replied, Ageless root? The middle-aged man frowned. What's that? I've actually never heard of it. Even Lord Pavilion Master hasn't heard of it. The old man was stunned. As far as he was concerned, this was an extremely inconceivable thing. The Pavilion Master was a figure that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, there was very little that the Pavilion Master didn't know. Did he say anything special about that medicinal herb? The middle-aged man continued asking. Yes. The old man nodded, and then he repeated the words of the violet-clothed young man in full detail. Not only that, but the old man also followed suit and drew the ageless root. The ageless root's characteristics were extremely obvious. Its entire body was completely natural. It was simply impossible for ordinary root-shaped medicinal herbs to grow to such an extent. What a peculiar medicinal ingredient! The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in surprise. With just one look, he could tell that this medicinal herb was not simple. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what happened in the treasure-gathering pavilion after he left. At this moment, he was sitting in a restaurant in Han River City. He leaned against the window and looked at the people on the bustling streets outside, as well as the emptiness realm martial artists and demonic beasts that flew in the sky above the streets. I wonder where Little Gold is right now. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with worry. The little gold mouse was a person with no sense of direction. He was swept away by the sandstorm again. This made Duan Lingtian very worried. In next to no time, the fragrant dishes were served. However, Duan Lingtian didn't have much of an appetite. After a short while, the restaurant became more and more crowded, and at the same time, it became lively. Hey, have you heard? The treasure-gathering pavilion just issued a reward an hour ago for a rare medicinal ingredient. A middle-aged man had just sat down when he spoke to his companion at the same table. Doesn't the treasure-gathering pavilion often have people offering rewards for medicinal ingredients? What's so strange about this? His companion was disdainful. Hee, you don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. Do you know what the reward of this reward is? What is it? The latter was intrigued. A grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man spoke with a clear voice, and he wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. What? Instantly, the restaurant that was packed with people was in an uproar. A grade 4 spirit sword with a reward for a medicinal ingredient? Really? Many customers in the restaurant didn't believe it. As far as they were concerned, how rare was a grade 4 spirit weapon? How could it be compared to a mere medicinal ingredient? Even the most precious medicinal ingredient they knew of was far inferior to a grade 4 spirit weapon in their eyes. If all of you don't believe me, you can go to the hall on the first floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion to take a look. That reward is hung on the most conspicuous notice board in the hall. The middle-aged man was instantly unhappy when he saw someone doubting him. When they heard the middle-aged man, the customers in the restaurant believed him slightly. Who's so generous to actually want to use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for a medicinal ingredient? After we finish eating, I'll surely go see what medicinal ingredient he wants to exchange for. Yeah, if we have that medicinal ingredient in our hands, then we'll have struck it rich. Quickly finish eating and go take a look. Many people started wolfing down their food and sweeping up the food on the table. Hee. All of you better hurry up. If you're late, it's very likely that someone will beat you to it. The middle-aged man laughed slyly when he saw this scene, and he said as if wishing for the world to be in chaos, "Right? I forgot to tell all of you something. The grade 4 spirit sword in the treasure-gathering pavilion is a grade 4 spirit weapon that can provide a 60% amplification of strength." Silence. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the restaurant went deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the middle-aged man in unison. After a short moment, slap, 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 a wave of sounds of bowls and plates shattering sounded out, and it was the bowls and plates in the hands of some customers that were absent-minded accidentally falling down. A 60% amplification? Are you sure? In next to no time, someone gasped and looked at the middle-aged man to confirm it. That's what the treasure-gathering pavilion said. As for the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, I presume all of you are aware that it would never exaggerate. The middle-aged man continued, "Motherfucker, I'm not eating anymore. Attendant, get the bill." Instantly, someone paid the bill and left. After a short moment, only 2 tables of people remained in the entire restaurant. Besides the table of the middle-aged man, only Duan Lingtian's table remained. Presently, these 2 tables seemed to be like cranes among chickens. The middle-aged man was instantly slightly surprised when he saw someone was still able to remain so composed. "Little brother, aren't you going to join in the fun? Perhaps you have that medicinal material in your possession." Duan Lingtian raised his head and smiled lightly. Perhaps. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to immerse himself in eating and drinking. Join in the fun? If this middle-aged man knew that the grade 4 spirit sword was the reward item he'd placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he probably wouldn't say these words. Looks like my plan wasn't wrong. The influence of the treasure-gathering pavilion is extremely great. I presume it won't be long before the news of a grade 4 spirit sword that provides a 60% amplification in exchange for the ageless root will spread far and wide. After he ate and drank his fill, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left, and he found an inn to stay in. No matter if there's an outcome or not, I must leave the Darkhan dynasty 3 months from now and return to the Darkstone Empire. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time for the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. After he stayed in the inn, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested as he lay in the bathtub that had steam rising from it. I hope Little Gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. He'd never been able to let go of the little gold mouse in his heart. Even though Little Gold was the demon beast that followed by Little Black and Little White side. But during these past few years, Little Black and Little White weren't here, and it was always Little Gold that followed by his side. He'd long since had a deep relationship with Little Gold. In his heart, he took Little Gold to be family. After he finished bathing, Duan Lingtian changed into a set of dry clothes, then sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. After he consumed the void-strengthening pill, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WIRM form. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian planned to stay in Han River City and not leave. Firstly, it was because he wanted to cultivate in peace. Secondly, he was worried that little gold would appear in Han River City. Han River City was too chaotic. During these few days, Duan Lingtian could see many martial artists falling as he walked throughout Han River City. The definition of the law of the jungle was interpreted to be extremely perfect in Han River City. 2 months passed. Duan Lingtian carried out his final breakthrough. So long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the void prying stage in one go. This time, Duan Lingtian spent 3 days and 3 nights before smoothly breaking through. Whoosh! The origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body soared and roared. Whoosh! Gazing at the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were condensed into form after the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally broken through. Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. The next 7th level of the void prying stage is another critical point. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably impossible for me to break through before the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition begins. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart. I hope that the ageless root has clues, whereas the rebirth pill was a turning point. But unfortunately, if he wanted to refine the rebirth pill, he had to first find the ageless root. Otherwise, everything was just a dream. I'll have to leave in a month. I'll walk around during this month and see if little gold has come to Han River City. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian wandered around Han River City. Of course, he never took the initiative to cause trouble. He also intentionally avoided those martial artists at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above. If a martial artist below the 9th level of the void prying stage offended him, he wouldn't be courteous and would directly execute a swift attack to kill the martial artist. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the void prying stage. His spiritual force had been pushed to the 8th level of the void prying stage as well. So long as it wasn't an inscription master, he was able to kill martial artists below the 9th level of the void prying stage. Bang! A corpse fell before Duan Lingtian. Chapter 575. After my spiritual force broke through, the illusory space constructed by the soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, is sufficient to disregard advanced force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he looked at the corpse that fell beneath his feet, and he was slightly delighted. Now, even if I were to go against Su Li, I wouldn't be afraid of his advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Only the surrounding crowd of void-prying stage martial artists that looked at Duan Lingtian with fear remained. This young man looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength is actually so terrifying. With his natural talent and strength, he ought to not be an unknown figure in the Dark Han dynasty. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian, who'd just taken a few steps, frowned, and he seemed to have noticed something as he looked up into the sky. After he noticed there was no one in the sky, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. After Duan Lingtian left, high above in the sky, a tall figure appeared from behind the clouds and mist. This little fellow has such acute intuition. I was actually almost noticed by him. The tall figure was a tall, middle-aged man, and he had a surprised expression now. An 8th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force died at his hands. It's truly rare for him to possess such strength at his age. The middle-aged man's brows raised. I wonder which one of the most renowned young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty he is. A month's time passed very quickly. During this month of time, although Duan Lingtian intentionally went all over to look for the little gold mouse, he came up empty-handed. Looks like little gold didn't come to Milky Way City. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, who walked out of the inn, shook his head and sighed. Now, I can only hope that little gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian was worried about the little gold mouse as he headed towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. After he arrived outside the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. I wonder if the whereabouts of the ageless root is there. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. Walking into the treasure-gathering pavilion, he saw the bounty mission on the bulletin board in the middle of the hall. There was also a picture on it, and on the picture was the ageless root. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the end, he gained nothing. He was clear in his heart. If someone had found the ageless root, his bounty would have been removed a long time ago. The reward was still there, which meant that no one had found the ageless root in the past 3 months. Customer. Soon, a servant came up to him. Duan Lingtian recognized that this servant was the one who had brought him to the 3rd floor to post a bounty 3 months ago. Take me to that senior. I want to cancel this bounty. Duan Lingtian used his elemental energy to converse with the manservant. The manservant nodded and respectfully led the way. Since 3 months ago, when he witnessed the might of the spirit sword Duan Lingtian placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he knew that Duan Lingtian's identity wasn't simple. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian possess such a heaven-defying Grade 4 spirit sword? On the 3rd floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once more. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You intend to cancel the bounty? The old man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw the broken jade pendant. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I probably won't be able to find the thing I want in a short period of time. I intend to think of a way in the future. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw to his astonishment. The old man gave the nearby servant a glance, and the servant sensibly left. Senior, Duan Lingtian revealed a puzzled expression. Young man, our Lord Pavilion Master said that so long as you cancel the mission, I'll take you to see him. Please. The old man left the counter and called out to Duan Lingtian as they walked out. Pavilion Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be because of that Grade 4 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian quickly guessed the reason. When he thought of the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion would do anything to him. He followed behind the old man and walked up the stairs. Senior, why would the pavilion master want to see me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Young man, to tell you the truth, the pavilion master wants to see you because he's interested in the Grade 4 spirit sword you placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion. The old man spoke frankly. As expected, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Then he said, Senior, if the pavilion master is able to find the ageless root, then I'll naturally hand over the Grade 4 spirit sword with both hands. The old man shook his head and smiled, and he didn't continue. In next to no time, the old man brought Duan Lingtian to the 5th floor. Standing outside the pavilion, the old man respectfully said to the person inside, Lord Pavilion Master, the guest that placed the Grade 4 spirit sword has arrived. Please come in. A sonorous voice sounded out. Although it didn't contain any origin energy, it still caused Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. What a profound cultivation. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Young man, please come in. The old man said to Duan Lingtian. As for himself, he was standing at the side like a guardian. Duan Lingtian walked in large strides into the pavilion. A tall middle-aged man in blue clothes stood there like a statue. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and enveloped the middle-aged man. This, in next to no time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed. When his spiritual force fused into the middle-aged man's body, it was as if it had fused into a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. It gave him a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Could it be? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and after a thought emerged in his mind, it was difficult for him to suppress it any longer. Only a void interpretation stage expert is capable of causing my spiritual force to lose effect. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. Void interpretation stage expert. That Grade 4 spirit sword was placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion by you? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man turned around, and his old-fashioned face faced Duan Lingtian as he asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Duan Lingtian recognized that this was precisely the Grade 4 spirit sword he placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion. I'll get straight to the point. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm rather interested in this spirit sword, but I'm temporarily unable to find the ageless root you want. Duan Lingtian frowned. This void interpretation stage expert wouldn't be thinking of suppressing him with his strength and forcefully seizing his Grade 4 spirit sword, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian knew that he was thinking too much. How about this? Lend me this Grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. For the sake of making up for your loss, I can refine an ordinary Grade 4 spirit sword for you and give you 2 spirit fruits. The middle-aged man spoke frankly. Lend for 3 years? Using another Grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits as compensation? You're a Grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian reacted to the middle-aged man and spoke in surprise. Hiss. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a strand of blue-colored flames appeared in the middle-aged man's hand with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged restlessly. It was precisely a Grade 4 weapon flame. The weapon flame unique to Grade 4 weapons craftsmen. Yes, I'm a Grade 4 weapons craftsman. The middle-aged man nodded. In this way, Pavilion Master wants to borrow my Grade 4 spirit sword to study? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. He guessed the middle-aged man's intentions. It was none other than because the middle-aged man saw that the Grade 4 spirit sword he stored in the treasure-gathering pavilion was able to provide an amplification of 60%, and the middle-aged man wanted to study the profundity within it to improve his own level of weapons refinement. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, then asked, Do you agree to my conditions? So long as you agree, I can give you my compensation right now. Besides that, I'll do my best to help you search for the ageless root within these 3 years. Needless to say, the conditions of the treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master were filled with temptation. It caused Duan Lingtian to find it difficult to refuse. Pavilion master, I want to know what spirit fruit you want to give me? Duan Lingtian asked. Void accumulation fruit, spirit void fruit. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. The void accumulation fruit was a precious spirit fruit capable of improving a void-prying stage martial artist cultivation. It wasn't inferior to the void refining fruit he'd consumed in the past. As for the spirit void fruit, it was even more shocking. It was a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists to improve their cultivation, and if a void-prying stage martial artist were to forcefully consume it, it was possible that the martial artist's body would explode and die. Duan Lingtian had never consumed these 2 spirit fruits in the past. They were undoubtedly precious treasures to Duan Lingtian. Borrow my Grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. Give me an ordinary Grade 4 spirit sword and these 2 spirit fruits? Besides that, you still want to help me search for the ageless root? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was bursting with laughter in his heart. To him, this was an extremely good thing. It was only a Grade 4 spirit sword. So long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. But the void accumulation fruit and spirit void fruit were precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. How about it? With a raise of his hand, 2 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. Besides that, there was also a spirit sword. Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian looked at the Pavilion Master. I agree to your conditions. The Pavilion Master was originally slightly perturbed. After all, even though he'd compensated Duan Lingtian with a Grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits, but in his eyes, the value of a Grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was far greater than the sum of all the things he'd given out. Duan Lingtian's agreement caused him to heave a sigh of relief. Pavilion Master, I'll trouble you with the matter of searching for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he casually put away the Grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits that the Pavilion Master passed over. The materials of this spirit sword aren't bad. If I refine it once more, I'll similarly be able to possess a 60% amplification. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. To him, The Grade 4 Spirit Sword that the Pavilion Master compensated him with only required 2 hours of time to transform into a top-grade Spirit Sword amongst top-grade Spirit Swords. At that time, the value of this Spirit Sword wouldn't be inferior to the Grade 4 Spirit Sword in the Pavilion Master's possession that he'd refined earlier. It could be said that not only did he not suffer any losses, he even used a short 2 hours to earn 2 Spirit Fruits. More importantly, with the Pavilion Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion helping him search for the ageless root, the efficiency would undoubtedly be much faster. All in all, Chapter 576. Don't worry. Even though I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to find the ageless root, I'll surely try my best. The Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion promised to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I feel that I can be considered to be extremely knowledgeable in the various dynasties, but I've never heard of the ageless root you're looking for. The Pavilion Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me what medicinal material the ageless root is and what use it has. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and casually said, the ageless root is a medicinal material that's slightly similar to the claws of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Even though the ageless root is a medicinal material, it can also be taken as a weapon refinement material. Weapon refinement material? The Pavilion Master's pupils constricted. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I know a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. He's able to use this ageless root as the main weapon refinement material to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Grade 3 weapons craftsman? Grade 3 spirit weapon. Tempestuous waves arose on the calm face of the Pavilion Master. You know a Grade 3 weapons craftsman? The Pavilion Master's breathing became hurried. He was a Grade 4 weapons craftsman, and in the Dark Han Dynasty and even the various dynasties, he was an existence that stood at the peak of the Tao of weapons refinement. There had never been a Grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the various dynasties. A Grade 3 weapons craftsman was an existence of legend to the members of the various dynasties, and it was unreachable. Supposedly, there were Grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen in the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. But in the various dynasties, there were very few people that left the foreign lands and returned. So, Grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen were extremely mysterious existences to the members of the various dynasties. As Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, they were filled with yearning towards Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. The Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion was no exception. Pavilion Master, the Grade 4 spirit sword in your hand was refined by that Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Duan Lingtian added. Although all of this was made up by Duan Lingtian on a whim, he sounded like he was telling the truth. The Pavilion Master of Jubal Pavilion was convinced. No wonder. Like I said, how could a Grade 4 spirit weapon that provides a 60% amplification possibly appear in the Dark Han Dynasty? So it was made by a third-grade weapon craftsman senior. The leader of the Jubal Pavilion took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different now. If it was said that before this, he did not put this young man in his eyes. But now, he was treating the young man as an existence on the same level as himself. He did not dare to be negligent, because this was a young man who knew a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. In his opinion, since this young man was able to make a third-grade weapon craftsman forge a weapon for him, he must have a deep relationship with that third-grade weapon craftsman. Little brother, what is your relationship with that third-grade weapon craftsman senior? The Jubal Pavilion Master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked excitedly. He is my master. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. Master. Little brother, so you're that senior's disciple. I was rude earlier. The leader of the Jubal Pavilion secretly took a deep breath, and when he spoke once more, his tone was slightly serious. The person standing before him was the disciple of a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. Pavilion Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He wasn't surprised when he saw the attitude of the leader of the Jubal Pavilion undergo a tremendous change. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was sufficient to cause the leader of the Jubal Pavilion to let his imagination run wild. Little brother, I'm called Xiangying. Besides being the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, I'm also the vice guild master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The leader of the Jubal Pavilion, Xiangying, looked at Duan Lingtian. I wonder how I should address you? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart when he heard Xiangying. He never imagined that. Besides being the leader of the Jubal Pavilion, Xiangying actually had another respected identity. Pavilion Master. I'm called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian introduced himself. Duan Lingtian? A trace of surprise imperceptibly flashed past Xiangying's eyes. He'd never heard of this name. Could it be that he isn't a member of the Dark Han Dynasty? Xiangying thought in his heart. Otherwise, with his shocking strength, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to be a nobody. Then how about I call you Brother Lingtian? Xiangying lightly smiled as he asked. I'm overwhelmed by the favor the pavilion master is showing me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Lingtian, may I know where your master is now? If it's possible, I hope to personally pay a visit. Since he found out that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman, Xiangying had become more and more courteous to Duan Lingtian. Pavilion Master, I'm afraid this won't do. My master usually doesn't like to meet strangers. Of course, if Pavilion Master is able to find the ageless root, then perhaps my master will be happy and be willing to meet Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head and added, That's right. The reason Duan Lingtian added this sentence. Naturally, he wanted to make Xiangying work even harder to find the ageless root. As expected, Xiangying's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with a serious expression, Don't worry, Brother Lingtian. I'll surely do my best in the matter of the ageless root. Xiangying already had a plan in his heart. He would mobilize his enormous network of relationships to search for the ageless root, only for the sake of meeting that grade 3 weapons craftsman and properly seeking guidance. Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, it's getting late now. I ought to leave as well. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiangying before leaving the 5th floor of the Jubal Pavilion. He left the Jubal Pavilion. My gains this time aren't bad. After leaving the Jubal Pavilion and walking out of Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian, who sat on the back of the 7th level void prying stage, flying demon beast, had a delighted smile on his face. With a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that was completely translucent appeared in his hand. It was precisely the void accumulation fruit, a spirit fruit that was on par with the void refining fruit. When Duan Lingtian was at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy that day, he obtained the additional reward, the void refining fruit, during his first training mission to go deep into Blackwind Ridge to annihilate bandits. After he consumed the void refining fruit, his strength rose swiftly. Behave yourself. Duan Lingtian noticed that after he took out the void accumulation fruit, the flying demon beast beneath him became slightly restless. Obviously, it was attracted by the void accumulation fruit. Duan Lingtian swallowed the void accumulation fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then he consumed a void-strengthening pill before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. After consuming the void accumulation fruit, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was vast and powerful, and it wasn't long before it arrived at the critical point. Whereas the final charge to the 6th level of the void prying stage was completed 10 days later. Bang! Vast origin energy gushed out from the tough meridians in Duan Lingtian's body, and it easily charged through the final bottleneck. At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that flashed with a bright light, and slight excitement appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fists tightly. Origin energy suffused and raged on his fists. At the same time, an enormous and lifelike silhouette coiled down from the sky. It was precisely an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's cultivation had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Not much of the medicinal strength of the void accumulation fruit remains. I still have to rely on myself for my cultivation from now on, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the other spirit void fruit that Pavilion Master Xiang gave me, I can only consume it after I break through to the first level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it's too risky. Presently, Su Li's cultivation has probably already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. As for Luozhan and the others, they're probably slightly inferior. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought of Su Li and the others. Now that I've come out, the changes that I've undergone are probably enough to shock them. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. In next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face was restrained. Little gold, where exactly are you now? When he thought of the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of worry in his heart. In his eyes, the little gold mouse was a complete idiot with no sense of direction. Asking her to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city by herself seemed to be slightly difficult. I hope she knows how to ask for directions from human martial artists. Duan Lingtian could only console himself like this. In the following part of the journey, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with worries, and he was slightly dispirited when cultivating. I'll be more or less able to arrive at the imperial city in another half a month. A few months later, Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire, thought in his heart. On the way back, Duan Lingtian walked in a straight line, so his efficiency was extremely high. The Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition is a month from now. I just happened to be able to make it in time. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian was currently at the northern area of the Darkstone Empire. Presently, an unexpected guest had arrived at the southern area of the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! A yellow-colored figure flashed through the sky with an extremely swift speed. Everywhere the figure passed, the clouds and mist dispersed, and it seemed to have transformed into a heavenly path. The person that traveled was a yellow-clothed young girl that looked to be around the age of 16, and she had an appearance that was like carved jade and was extremely beautiful. It could be discerned from the young girl's immature appearance. When the young girl grew up in the future, she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Hiss hiss, suddenly, 2 light sounds sounded out from beneath the yellow-clothed young girl's sleeve. Following that, 2 small heads popped out. It was precisely the 2 little pythons. One of the little pythons was black and the other white. The former had a golden horn on its head, whereas the latter had a silver horn on its head. Little black, little white. We'll be able to see Big Brother Lingtian very soon. The young girl rubbed the little heads of the 2 little pythons as she spoke with a light smile. Hiss hiss, suddenly, the little white python raised its head to look at the young girl, and its eyes revealed slight worry. Don't worry. The young girl lightly shook her head. Qingnu probably won't come looking for us for now, but she'll probably come looking for us after she finishes dealing with the matters here. At that time, we'll have to leave again. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons drooped their little heads and were slightly listless. Don't worry. I'll surely sneak out again in the future and bring you 2 to look for Big Brother Lingtian. When they heard the young girl's promise. Chapter 577. Darkstone Empire, Imperial City. Due to the approaching of the Young Genius competition, there were many new faces in the Imperial City. These new faces were either from the various great powers of the Darkstone Empire or from the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. In these past few days, the Imperial City's city guard army had started to get busy, only because battles would frequently occur in the various areas of the Imperial City. These battles were mostly caused by the various young geniuses that had gathered in the Imperial City. Every single one of the young geniuses that were able to come to the Imperial City to participate in the Young Genius competition were geniuses that were extremely arrogant and didn't submit to anyone. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Imperial City once again recovered its calm. Supposedly, the Young Genius competition will be held at the central square of the Imperial City 3 days from now. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then I'll surely go join in the fun. It's already been confirmed. This news is true. Now, the city guard army has already started to build combat rings at the central square of the Imperial City. Along with the approaching of the young genius competition, the Darkstone Empire's imperial city became even more bustling. Within a spacious courtyard house in the imperial city, the imperial family's revered elders from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Qi Ming, Prince Shang, Su Li, Luo Zhan, Chun Xiao Shuai, and Long Yun were gathered together. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian returned? The young genius competition is 3 days from now. Qi Ming frowned. That Duan Lingtian utterly doesn't have the awareness to bring honor to our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he misses the young genius competition this time, I'll absolutely not forgive him. Prince Shang's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Revered Elder Qi, if that Duan Lingtian misses the young genius competition, at that time, I hope you won't interfere when I punish him. Prince Shang's words caused the faces of Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Chun Xiao Shuai to go grim. They were able to discern the killing intent contained within Prince Shang's words. Prince Shang aroused killing intent towards Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, at the central square of the imperial city, 9 combat rings stood there. The 9 combat rings surrounded a spacious high platform. On this high platform, there were some neatly arranged seats. It was obvious that this was the audience area. He could imagine that this spectating area was surely prepared for the representatives of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire. Outside the 9 combat rings, streams of people flowed and were in an uproar. Presently, there were many young geniuses standing sparsely on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. In terms of age, among these young talents, the oldest was only 36 or 37 years old. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Chun Xiao Shuai stood together and looked around, but they didn't discover any traces of Duan Lingtian. As for Qi Ming and Prince Shang, they were already seated on the high platform. Looks like Duan Lingtian really doesn't take this young genius competition seriously. I'll surely teach him a lesson when he returns. Killing intent shot out from Prince Shang's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Prince Shang, I believe that Duan Lingtian won't fail to keep his promise. Since he hasn't appeared yet, something must have happened to him. Qi Ming's eyes contained slight worry mixed within. Prince Shang grunted coldly and said in his heart, it's best if he's dead. Presently, there were more and more people on the high platform. These people were the higher-ups of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire and the members of the imperial families of the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Isn't this revered Elder Qi? An old man in azure clothes pretended to be surprised when he noticed Qi Ming. Qi Ming's face sank when he saw the azure-clothed old man. Wei Kuan, I thought that no one from your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would come. According to my knowledge, the natural talent of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be extremely ordinary. The corners of Wei Kuan's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. No matter how ordinary they are, they won't be inferior to your grandson. Qi Ming spoke indifferently. Qi Ming, you. Qi Ming's words caused Wei Kuan to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body surged as he instantly wanted to attack. Revered Elder Wei. The middle-aged man that stood by Wei Kuan's side stopped the old man and reminded, this is the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Wei Kuan took a deep breath when he heard this, and the origin energy that hadn't completely surged on his body gradually vanished. But the gaze he shot at Qi Ming was filled with provocation. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the distant sky shook. Subsequently, a luxurious palanquin appeared. There was a total of 8 void-prying stage martial artists at the front and back of the palanquin, and they carried the palanquin and acted as the palanquin's bearers. On the side of the palanquin, a large word was written in flamboyant calligraphy. Yong. After a short moment, the 8 void stage martial artists carried the palanquin to the side of the high platform. This scene caused many young geniuses that came from all over to be dumbstruck. What a grand display! Lo Cheng's pupils constricted as he said in astonishment, could it be that the person within the palanquin is the Emperor of the Darkstone Empire? The Emperor of the Darkstone Empire probably won't come. It ought to be some great figure of the Darkstone Empire. Chun Xiao Shuai shook his head. It's King Yong. Right at this moment, Suli spoke out. King Yong? Lo Cheng and Chun Xiao Shuai were stunned. The King Yong that's said to be the closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire? Luo Zhan had a surprised expression. Darkstone Empire, King Yong. He'd heard of it since long ago. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's King Yong was the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. Early on when we were young, this King Yong was publicly acknowledged as the expert closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire. According to me, it's very likely that he's already stepped into the void interpretation stage now. Chun Xiao Shuai said. It's possible. Luo Zhan nodded. When King Yong became famous, he was only a youth. Now, over 10 years had passed. King Yong's strength was surely even more terrifying. Although they're both princes, but our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Sheng is far from being able to compare with this King Yong. Chun Xiao Shuai's gaze stared fixedly at the palanquin in midair, making 8 void-prying stage martial artists at or above willingly act as the palanquin's bearers. Such a grand display wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. Greetings, King Yong. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform stood up successively and respectfully bowed towards the direction of the palanquin. Qiming and Prince Sheng were amongst them as well. Prince Sheng, who had a face full of killing intent when he mentioned the Duan Lingtian earlier, had a face full of humility when facing this palanquin now. Meanwhile, the curtain of the palanquin was pulled open. A tall figure walked out slowly. This was a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. He had a firm expression and a dignified expression between his brows. There was a conspicuous cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. It was precisely the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong. After King Yong left the palanquin. Long live King Yong. Meanwhile, everyone that stood outside the 9 combat rings bowed respectfully to King Yong. King Yong looked at the surroundings and nodded indifferently. After that, he descended onto the high platform with a calm expression and sat at the seat of the head at the center. The young geniuses that the representatives brought ought to be all present, right? King Yong's gaze flashed past the various representatives on the high platform. For a time, besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Qiming and Prince Sheng, the others nodded successively. In next to no time, the two of them had become the center of attention. What? The young geniuses you brought haven't arrived? King Yong looked at Qiming and Prince Sheng as he asked indifferently. Although his tone was calm, everyone present was able to feel a trace of pressure from it. King Yong, before King Yong, Qiming felt extremely pressured, and he took a deep breath and wanted to explain. But he hadn't finished speaking when he shut his mouth. Swoosh! High above in the sky, a violet-colored figure seemed to have transformed into a violet-colored bolt of lightning that instantly flashed over to descend on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. Duan Lingtian. Qiming's gaze lit up, and then he looked at King Yong and said respectfully, King Yong, the young geniuses of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have all arrived. King Yong nodded indifferently and withdrew his gaze from Qiming. Meanwhile, the gazes of the numerous people present descended onto the violet-clothed young man that had just arrived. Most of them were shocked by the violet-clothed young man's age. This young man that looks to be around the age of 25 is one of the young geniuses that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is participating in the Young Genius competition this time. The various Imperial Kingdoms under our Darkstone Empire only have 5 positions each. 2 young men that aren't over 30 have actually come from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like there's really no one left in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yeah, otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of allowing these 2 young men to seize the positions to participate in the Empire's Young Genius competition. No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform, or the people that were watching the show from afar, all of them were discussing animatedly. Qiming, looks like there's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to my knowledge, any one of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be over 30, right? These 2 people ought to not be figures amongst the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. the azure-clothed old man that entered into conflict with Qi Ming earlier ridiculed. Wei Kuan, wait until the young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are able to defeat the two of them. Now, shut your stinking mouth. Qi Ming replied bluntly. Looks like you're extremely confident towards the two of them, Qi Ming. Wei Kuan grunted coldly, and disdain was mixed within his brows. Two little kids that weren't over 30 years old. As far as he was concerned, they didn't pose the slightest threat to the young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, why have you only arrived now? Lo Chung looked at the violet-clothed young man that had just descended by their side, and he asked curiously. I encountered some things on the way and was delayed. The violet-clothed young man was precisely the travel-worn Duan Lingtian. Originally, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he ought to be able to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city a few days ago. However, he was delayed by some things on the way. 7 days ago, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range north of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and he unexpectedly noticed 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts fighting to their heart's content. He originally thought that the 2 demon beasts were fighting for some treasure. So, when the 2 demon beasts were exhausted, Duan Lingtian killed them before starting to search the surroundings. But after searching for a few days, he still came up empty-handed. Chapter 578. Actually, it was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. Those 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts had similar strengths. According to the law of survival of demon beasts, unless it was because of some treasure, otherwise, 2 demon beasts with similar strengths would normally not fight to the death. I can only go take a look when I have the time in the future, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Fortunately, you rushed over in time. Chun Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out under his curiosity to detect the cultivations of the 3 people by his side. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he looked at Su Li in astonishment. Heavens! What did he notice? Su Li had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. I originally thought that after breaking through to the 7th level of the void-prying stage this time, I would be able to catch up to Su Li in terms of cultivation, but I never imagined that he would actually break through 3 levels like me. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whereas the improvement of Chen, Xiaoshui, and Luo Zhan's cultivations caused him to be shocked as well, 6th level of the void-prying stage. They'd both broken through 2 levels. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the saber young master, Long Yun, 8th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Long Yun's improvement was actually almost the same as Su Li's. Looks like their improvement is related to the master behind them. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian easily guessed this. Who's that person? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked towards the high platform and noticed the old man that was in confrontation with Qi Ming. I don't know him. Luo Zhan and the others shook their heads. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a gaze that contained killing intent had locked onto him. Duan Lingtian didn't have to look as he was able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was definitely that Prince Shang. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Prince Shang, and instead looked at the white-robed middle-aged man that sat at the head of the high platform. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. He had an imposing appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person, especially that blood-soaked red mole between his eyebrows. It was even more unforgettable. This is the Prince of Yong. Luo Zhan introduced it to Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression. Prince of Yong? Duan Lingtian stared blankly, curiously asking, who is this Prince of Yong? King Yong is the 2nd brother of the current emperor of the Darkstone Empire, and he's the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. More than 10 years ago, there were rumors that his cultivation was close to the void interpretation stage. Luo Zhan said, close to the void interpretation stage more than 10 years ago? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely that the current him has already broken through to the void interpretation stage? He has most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. Chun Xiao Shui nodded. Profound void martial stage? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong. His spiritual force stretched out to envelop Prince of Yong with the intention of prying into Prince of Yong's cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When his spiritual force touched Prince of Yong, it was as if it had collided with a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. This feeling was no different than when he investigated the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiangying. As expected, he's an expert that has stepped into the third void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as he confirmed it. He was confident. Even if it was a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist, he would be able to detect it with his current spiritual force. Only martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above would cause him to be powerless. His current spiritual force was pushed to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage, along with his cultivation breaking through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. It was 2 levels higher than his cultivation in the end. Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force in a timely manner. If time passed, then as a void interpretation stage expert, Prince of Yong, even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would still be able to notice that someone was spying on him. A void interpretation stage expert wasn't as simple as possessing shocking strength. Everyone. Prince of Yong, who was on the high platform, suddenly stood up and looked at the surroundings, and his voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Firstly, I respectfully represent the Darkstone Empire's imperial family to welcome everyone to the Darkstone Empire and the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire. It's been hard on you from the long journey. Prince of Yong's words were obviously spoken to the representatives and young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Thank you for your concern, Prince of Yong. Instantly, the representatives of the various imperial kingdoms stood up and were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Prince of Yong nodded, and then he continued. Today, the young geniuses of the various powers of my Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms have gathered here for a single purpose, that is to decide on the 10 strongest people to head to the Dark Han Dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Prince of Yong's words were spoken clearly and resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as Prince of Yong finished speaking, the gazes of the group of young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. They were standing here today for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The rules of the young genius competition today are extremely simple. Decide on the 9 great ring masters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of suppressing the 9 great ring masters. Prince of Yong continued. Number 1 young genius of the empire? Prince of Yong's words caused the breathing of most of the young geniuses present to become slightly hurried. What sort of special honor was this? Amongst the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li were comparatively composed. Duan Lingtian, do you think the number 1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. There ought to be. After all, the young genius competition this time is held by the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian guessed. Prince of Yong. Suddenly, a young genius from some unknown power or imperial kingdom looked at Prince of Yong and asked respectfully, I wonder if the person that obtains the honor of being the number 1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and smiled. Looks like it wasn't only the 2 of them that were concerned about this. For a time, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, and all the representatives looked at Prince of Yong. Even the spectators that were watching the show looked at Prince of Yong. Obviously, they were all curious. Of course, Prince of Yong's expression remained unchanged when faced with a myriad of gazes, and he nodded. Subsequently, under the focused gazes of the numerous burning gazes, Prince of Yong continued. Today, The person that becomes eminent in the young genius competition held by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family and seizes the honor of being the #1 young genius of the empire will obtain the Void Fuse fruit that our imperial family has prepared for him. Void Fuse fruit. As soon as Prince of Yong said this, everyone present was moved. Void Fuse fruit? Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes burned with extreme desire. No matter if it was the Void Refining fruit, Void Reserve fruit, or this Void Fuse fruit that Duan Lingtian had consumed earlier, all of them were spirit fruits consumed by Void Prying stage martial artists. The medicinal strength of the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit were equal. The medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit was instead the sum of the two spirit fruits from before. Moreover, it wouldn't conflict with the medicinal strength of the two spirit fruits from before. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit earlier, the situation of the medicinal strength gradually decreasing wouldn't occur after he consumed the Void Fuse fruit. The Void Fuse fruit is able to allow a martial artist that has just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go in a short period of time. Someone cried out in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene was lit ablaze. I'm determined to obtain the Void Fuse fruit. In your dreams. This Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. I think all of you are dreaming. The Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. The group of young geniuses started debating. Everyone was filled with confidence towards themselves. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with bright lights, and he had a resolute expression. With the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit, once I consume it, I might even be able to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time and step into the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. In this way, even if I'm unable to obtain the Ageless Root and refine the Rebirth Pill before the Dynasty Martial Competition of the Darkhan Dynasty, I'll similarly have the chance to break through to the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. So long as I break through to the Void Initiation stage, I'll work together with the other 8 people to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. The Ageless Root was too difficult to come by. He didn't dare completely place his hopes on it, whereas now, the Void Fuse fruit would be another opportunity for him. I wonder if there's an existence at the Void Initiation stage, or above, amongst the young geniuses present. If there is, I'll surely not be a match for them. Whereas even if he obtains the Void Fuse fruit, it wouldn't be of much use. At that time, if I use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for it, I presume he wouldn't refuse. If there's no existence at the Void Initiation stage or above, I wonder if there's a 9th level Void Prying stage inscription master present. An existence like this is the most troublesome to me. My soul skill, 1000 illusions, is useless, and he probably wouldn't give up the Void Fuse fruit for a grade 4 spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun, he was slightly worried as he thought up to this point. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out with the intention of detecting the cultivations of the young geniuses present. But his spiritual force had only just stretched out. He noticed 3 spiritual forces that were even stronger than him sweeping over, and it shocked him to the point he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. Void Initiation stage, spiritual force? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and then he looked towards the high platform. Looks like there are 3 more inscription masters on this high platform. Earlier, I used my spiritual force to detect King Yong, and the reason they didn't react was probably because they were afraid of King Yong's dignity. Earlier, when I wanted to detect the ability of the young geniuses of the various powers, their spiritual forces appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly guessed this. Of course, even if those 3 inscription masters noticed Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, they didn't know exactly who the owner of the spiritual force was. After all, Duan Lingtian had withdrawn his spiritual force at the first possible moment. On the other hand, because Duan Lingtian didn't follow those 3 spiritual forces, he was unable to discover who the owner of those 3 spiritual forces was. Looks like I can only take one step at a time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, if he were to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of the young geniuses present, it was very likely that he would be obstructed by those 3 inscription masters. Chapter 579. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When faced with the temptation of the void-fused fruit, most of the young geniuses, including him, were filled with yearning. Only two people seemed to not care in the slightest. Su Li, Long Yun. They each have a master that came from the foreign lands. Perhaps they've already consumed the void-fused fruit. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. The effect of the void-fused fruit would be greatly reduced the second time it was consumed, and the assistance it provided was next to nothing. Su Li, you've consumed the void-fused fruit? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Su Li nodded when he heard this, and he replied via voice transmission. Not long ago, Master gave me a void-fused fruit. I haven't completely digested the medicinal strength. So long as I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void-fused fruit, it'll be sufficient for me to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at Su Li with slight astonishment. Su Li, you've comprehended sword concept? Su Li said that so long as he finished digesting the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit, he'd be able to directly break through to the void initiation stage. These words were sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian's imagination to run wild.
Yes.
Su Li nodded lightly. I comprehended it 2 months ago. The facts prove that Duan Lingtian was right. He comprehended sword concept 2 months ago? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Li's comprehension ability shocked him. Thinking back to that day, Su Li had appeared before Duan Lingtian as a sword cultivator. The red-clothed youth that showed outstanding talent in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had actually grown to such an extent today. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Even if Su Li's cultivation was accumulated by Su Li's master from the foreign lands using various treasures of heaven and earth. However, Su Li's comprehension of concept was completely dependent on his own comprehension ability. Su Li's comprehension ability could be said to be shocking. Su Li was simply a sword cultivator that was born for the sword. Duan Lingtian, I'll do my best in the young genius competition this time. If I obtain the first, then I'll give the void-fused fruit to you. Su Li's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more. It made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. He could hear the sincerity in Su Li's promise. Warmth rose in his heart. Su Li, don't underestimate me. The current you might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice and laughed. His tone was filled with confidence. I'll wait and see. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, King Yong, who stood on the high platform, spoke out once more. Now, I'll give all of you 15 minutes to rest and reorganize. After 15 minutes, the young genius competition this time will officially begin. 15 minutes. Hearing the Prince of Yong's words, the originally tense group of young talents all breathed a sigh of relief. A portion of them started to stretch their limbs. The young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms were in a state of mutual hostility. Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you today. A voice that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't turn around, he was still able to discern that this was the voice of the saber young master, Long Yun. I really look forward to it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and he seemed to not take Long Yun's words to heart. Looks like it's just as revered Elder Wei said. There's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An extremely mocking voice sounded out by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was the first to look over with a frown. He saw a young man around the age of 35 walk over shoulder to shoulder with another 4 young men around the age of 30, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with mocking expressions. The person that mocked them was precisely the young man around the age of 35. 2 little kids that I've never heard of in the past actually occupy 2 of the positions of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like the so-called 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only a joke. Another young man ridiculed. Ridicule appeared on the faces of the other 3 young men. Right when the faces of Luo Zhan, Chun Xiaoshui, and Long Yun went grim. Idiots! Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 5 of them as he slowly spat out 2 words. Right at that instant earlier, Duan Lingtian received Qi Ming's voice transmission. He found out about the identities of these 5 people, the 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the old fellow that went against Qi Ming earlier was precisely the revered elder of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and he was one of the 2 representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. That old fellow was called Wei Kuan. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit courteous to the 5 people that took the initiative to provoke him. You, what did you call us? The expressions of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom went grim. Ha ha! Luo Zhan started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and wanton. You idiots, is there something wrong with your ears? I heard long ago that the Bazo Imperial Kingdom is filled with idiots. Now that I've seen it today, it really deserves its reputation. Chen Xiaoshui ridiculed as well, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Obviously, Chen Xiaoshui and the others had received the reminder of Qi Ming's voice transmission, and they knew the identities of these people. Trash. Long Yun glanced at the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with contempt, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Long Yun stood on the same side as Duan Lingtian and the others. They represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They shared honor and disgrace with outsiders. Idiots? Trash? The faces of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were livid, and their bodies were even angered to the point of shivering. When had they been humiliated like this? All of you are courting death. The young man around the age of 35 from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Once the young genius competition begins, I'll surely trample all of you beneath my feet. I'll let all of you know who's the real trash. All of you've infuriated me. All of you are dead. The other young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom licked his dry lips, and his gaze was filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. You 2 little kids, your hair hasn't even grown fully, yet you dare come to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the young genius competition. Today, I'll surely teach all of you a good lesson. Another young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a gaze filled with viciousness. The remaining 2 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had killing intent flickering within their eyes without exception. Then we'll see. Luo Zhan sneered. Along with the departure of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the area Duan Lingtian's group of 5 were at return to calm. This was only a small incident. It didn't even draw the attention of many people. Only the 4 representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom paid attention to this. 15 minutes of time passed by quickly. Now, a combat ring master will ascend each of the 9 combat rings, and the others can go up and challenge them one-on-one. In the end, the 9 great combat ring masters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of defeating the 9 combat ring masters will be decided. King Yong stood up once more, and his extremely sonorous voice sounded out. Only spirit weapons can be utilized in the young genius competition today, and no other external forces are allowed. King Yong continued. Other external forces included inscriptions and other forces that didn't belong to one's own. Duan Lingtian, where's little gold? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked curiously. In the past, the little gold mouse had always stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and he'd already become accustomed to it. Earlier, he felt that Duan Lingtian was missing something. Through King Yong's reminder, he finally recalled the little gold mouse. I don't know where it is now. It's lost. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Got lost? Luo Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How did it get lost? Chen Xiaoshui asked. Even though Su Li didn't ask, he looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. It's a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian sighed. Sandstorm? Luo Zhan and the others were first stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to go pale. Duan Lingtian, you went to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty? Chen Xiaoshui took a deep breath and asked. In the Darkhan dynasty, only the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty's territory had a sandstorm. This was something that anyone with a bit of common sense knew clearly. Luo Zhan and Su Li were no exception. You didn't die even after encountering a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Long Yun looked at Duan Lingtian as battle intent soared in his eyes. Looks like even the heavens want you to lose at my hands. Long Yun, you seem to be extremely confident of yourself now. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Long Yun. The latter raised his head, and his face was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian, why did you go to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty? Su Li asked via voice transmission. His tone was filled with bewilderment. I originally intended to go take a look at the Darkhan dynasty, but unexpectedly, I actually entered the southern desert by mistake. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. He didn't speak the truth. After all, the rebirth pill was his secret. Perhaps Su Li wouldn't covet his rebirth pill. But the temptation of the rebirth pill was truly too great. Even Su Li's master that came from the foreign lands would probably be unable to resist the temptation of the rebirth pill. So, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not expose the rebirth pill, for the sake of protecting himself and the people by his side. Su Li nodded with sudden understanding and didn't doubt it. Meanwhile, there were already 9 young geniuses that were the first to ascend the 9 combat rings, and they became the first arena masters of the combat rings. Besides the 9 young geniuses that followed up, the remaining young geniuses stood outside the combat rings as spectators. In next to no time, the 9 fierce battles began. On the 9 combat rings, numerous figures moved like the wind as sabers and swords moved about, and the battles were like a raging fire. 12 4th level void prying stage martial artists, 6 5th level void prying stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw through the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes above the 18 people on the combat rings. In next to no time, the outcome of the 9 combat rings was decided successively. 6 5th level void prying stage young geniuses obtained victory as they wished. On the other 2 combat rings, one of the 3 4th level void prying stage martial artists relied on the might of the spirit weapon in his hand, and the other 2 relied on the force that surpassed their opponents to defeat their opponents. Good. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.